Perhaps it was because of historical factors that the Rothschilds didn't have as much control over their homeland as they did in the past, or perhaps it was because of an old man who was widely known in the scientific community. Jiang Chen didn't charge Hawking for the treatment but instead, asked him to join Koro University as a professor of physics. Although Koro University attracted a large number of great professors from all over the world with Jiang Chen's monetary tactics, other than the 17th Dean of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Raphael Leaf, there wasn't really anyone there that could be printed on the admissions ads. The arrival of Hawking undoubtedly solved this problem. Because of his arrival, the influence of Koro University increased by not just one notch. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't invite Hawking just as in for future biology or to add a banner to Koro Island, these were all secondary. What he really saw was Hawking's achievements in the study of the universe. On the second day after treatment, Jiang Chen went to Koro Central Hospital again and found him. After asking his wife and children to step outside for a moment, Jiang Chen explained his intentions. Asteroid mining project? Hawking raised his eyebrows. We've taken note of your research on 101955 Bennu and the predictions that it will collide with the Earth in 2135. If you can provide us with information on this asteroid, it would be extremely helpful, Jiang Chen said. In fact, Hawking's achievements as a prophet were far less prominent than his achievements in physics and cosmology. Like the series of predictions he made before, this prediction about the collision of Bennu asteroid with the Earth in 2135 didn't happen, because as early as the beginning of the 22nd century, this asteroid with a diameter of about 500 meters was mined clean by NATO. In aerospace technology, NATO was comparable to PAC and CCCP in the apocalypse and even went a bit further. They were also very cautious regarding confidentiality for related technology. The Pan-Asia Cooperation Library database didn't contain detailed information about the Bennu asteroid, such as its most critical operational orbit. However, in the database compiled by the Camp No. 27 scientists, Jiang Chen accidentally discovered the relevant model of asteroid capture technology. According to Lin Lin's description, the Bennu asteroid was one of the earliest captured asteroids and was one of the most easily captured. Using this asteroid as a test would undoubtedly be fitting for celestial trade, where space technology was still in its infancy. However, after listening to Jiang Chen's plan, Hawking appeared to be extremely worried. Have you ever thought about the disaster of mining failures? Bennu's orbit is extremely close to Earth and we can even see it from Earth every 6 years as it passes through Earth's orbit. If you reduce your mining speed and cause it to be captured by the gravitational force, the only result is a direct collision with Earth. Have you considered this consequence yet? Hawking looked at Jiang Chen as he spoke seriously. Of course I considered this, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Because our plan is to slow it down, then eventually capture it with the gravity of the Earth and Moon system. It will stay in the Earth and Moon system at a height below the Moon's orbit and orbit the Earth. Our scientists have calculated the orbit that's best suited to deposit the asteroid. Hawking looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly. Words only came out after a long silence. Either you're a genius or you're a madman. If you make a mistake, all of mankind will be buried. It's a privilege to receive this honor, but such an accident won't happen. Jiang Chen smiled. I swear, my plan is absolutely safe. Cloudy eyes stared straight at Jiang Chen, and after a long moment, Hawking finally sighed. Although I want to stop you, I'm afraid I don't have that ability at all. If it can increase the success rate of your plan, you can take all my research on Bennu. In addition, although spacecraft and mining aren't my fields of expertise, feel free to ask me anything related to cosmology. After hearing Hawking's words, Jiang Chen nodded. Thank you for your understanding. Speaking of this, aside from the Bennu asteroid, I still have one more important thing that requires your help. What is it? Our scientists accidentally observed a particle from the higher dimensional universe in an experiment. We call it Klein particles. It contains some mysteries related to phenomena such as time and black holes, but pity that we know very little. If you're interested, I hope you'll participate in related research. As early as the beginning of the year, Jiang Chen had plans to capture the asteroid with an abundance of mineral reserves. Although the plan wasn't disclosed because of various issues, related preparations never stopped, such as research and development and construction of mining rockets, design capture plans, etc. The asteroid capture plan was to be divided into 3 steps: landing, webbing, and pulling. The so-called landing was launching a mining spacecraft, accelerated to the same orbit as an asteroid, which would land on the surface of the asteroid for construction. Webbing, on the other hand, would weave a net with sufficient toughness to enclose the asteroid around 500 meters in diameter. The preferred material was naturally graphene. Whether it was toughness or strength, this material was very suitable for weaving this giant web. The last was pulling, which would be also the most difficult and most crucial step. This step involved complex mathematical modeling. In addition, according to the estimates of the Space Launch Center, completing the manual orbital change of the asteroid and slowing it down to be captured into a safe orbit by the Earth and Moon system would require at least 8 RM-320 rocket engines. A series of ignition and extinguish sequences would need to necessary to precisely control the orbit of the asteroid. A minor mistake would mean that the asteroid will leave the Earth forever. A serious mishap, and the asteroid would crash into the Earth. Celestial Trade's last resort would be to blow up the asteroid and reduce its damage on the Earth. If there was no quantum computer responsible for data processing, Jiang Chen simply wouldn't have dared to implement such a complicated project. And even with a quantum computer as a data processing tool, the records from the apocalypse about the Bennu asteroid were extremely limited. There was also a lot of uncertainty about this project. As Hawking said, the person who made this decision was either a genius or a complete madman. But this first step must be taken eventually. Therefore, after repeatedly reviewing Kelvin's plan, Jiang Chen signed his name on the document and approved the implementation of the plan. In order to avoid unnecessary consequences, Jiang Chen didn't report to the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs in accordance with the procedure, but instead launched 5 mining rockets into space under the guise of building a large space station. The Bennu asteroid was already approaching the Earth and was estimated to pass through Earth's orbit at the end of December. That was the best time to complete the final step of the asteroid capture program, changing orbits. If they missed it, they would have to wait 6 more years. In order to seize this once-in-a-6-year opportunity, the asteroid capture program would run simultaneously with the space elevator program. The economic crisis, like a plague, swarmed the entire European continent. It was not yet the coldest time of the year, but standing on the streets of Berlin, even without the dark cloud that symbolized the decline, people could still feel the coldness and despondency in the air. Even during business hours, there was not a soul in the once bustling shops on Friedrichstrasse. The shopkeepers all put up sale promotions, but even so, it was difficult to attract those customers with an empty purse. Some shops simply closed their doors, like Rotunda Café on the corner of Friedrichstrasse. From antique wooden doors to the turquoise ornaments, from the high stools to the quaint bookshelf, everything in the store all showed a mysterious and elegant Renaissance vibe. If it was on a regular day, it would be packed with tourists or young artists from nearby universities. However, at the moment, the store hung up the closed sign early. Everyone was having a hard time. At this moment, a person wearing a gray trench coat walked down the street. Her head was lowered, and the shadow of the brim covered her eyes. Just like the unemployed people everywhere in Berlin. The shopkeeper who was standing in front of the shop to hail customers did not glance at her. After all, no one would think that she would walk into any shop. This kind of person should go to the bar, it was the only destination of the unemployed. In the current economic downturn, only beer sold the best in Germany. However, she did not go into the bar, but turned a corner and went into Rotunda Café. 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks, she gently knocked on the door. Closed for today. Behind the wooden door came the impatient voice of the shopkeeper. I'm from the night. The girl under the hat had a calm but hoarse. It was a beautiful voice. Just from the voice alone, she should be a beautiful woman. Nightingale? No, the ghost. The secret code matched. The door was unlocked. After a while, the wooden door of the coffee shop opened, and behind the door was a middle-aged owner that began to bawl. As the owner welcomed her, the trench coat lady walked into the coffee shop. She took off her hat and hung it on a hanger on the wall. Her name was Monica Geller, but she hasn't used this name for a while after she became the ghost. After becoming a field agent, they all used codenames instead of names, and her codename, Guinevere, comes from some myths or legends. Need I open the air conditioner? Asked the owner. No, I'm not going to stay here for a long time. Monica shook her head and examined the interior of the store. The decor is great. How much did you spend? About several €100,000. It's not very expensive anyway. The owner smiled. Monica nodded and did not fix on this topic, she instead went to the deepest part in the coffee shop. In the last row, there was a man, middle-aged, from the Slavic region. When he saw Monica, the middle-aged man got up, bowed, and invited her to take a seat. It was a safe house for KGB. It was the first time the two sides have cooperated over the Berlin issue. I am very glad to meet you. Miss Guinevere, do you need a cup of coffee? Said the middle-aged man. No, Mr. Sphinx, I'm not going to stay here for too long. Can we get to the point? Monica shook her head and sat down across from him. Of course we can. Putting down the coffee cup, the man known as Sphinx put away the hippie smile and switched to a serious expression. We have been in touch with Germans who wish to change the status quo. What did they say? Monica's fingers lightly tapped on the table, as if she had fallen into thought. The New Choice Party has more than half of the members of the federal parliament. Most of them were either threatened or bought off by the Jewish consortium. It's difficult to end the behind-the-scenes reign of the Jewish consortium through peaceful means. We must consider other ways. Such as an armed uprising. Her lips formed a curvature, and planning a rebellion seemed to be the area of expertise of ghost agents. However, Sphinx did not give a direct reply, but nodded with a stern face. This is the last option. Be direct, what do you need for us to do here? Monica leaned back in her chair and said slowly. We have an arsenal hidden in Ukrainian territory. Weapons inside are sufficient to arm 2 infantry brigades. I need you to help us bring weapons into Germany in case of any accident. As far as these equipment go, I can only reveal that we have a hidden arsenal in the border region of Germany and Austria. It's a dirty job. Monica didn't immediately agree, but thoughtfully said, your people can't bring weapons in. To do it undiscovered, it is hard. Sphinx said seriously. We have very tight hands in Germany. If you can help, then it is best. If it is not, we have to look for solutions ourselves. Monica considered for a long time and finally said. Transport the weapons to the Madagascar Peninsula and we will take them to Germany. With a positive reply, Sphinx was relieved and thanked her with a relaxed tone. I thank you on behalf of the KGB. You're welcome. Jiang Chen sent me to assist you, you can thank him. Monica said softly. Is it just the weapons this time? Not exactly, there's something more important. After a pause, Sphinx said gravely, our intelligence experts analyzed that the attack in Europe may be a self-directed incident. The producer was the Rothschilds family, and the 2 presidents who died in the theater were just victims of the power struggle. We also made similar speculations, but unfortunately, there is no evidence to prove this. Monica said. Fortunately, we have already collected some evidences. Sphinx pulled a small piece of paper from his pocket, gently placed it on the table, and pushed it to Monica. There is an address and a photo on it. I heard that you are very good at interrogation. This big fish is all yours. It seems that you are very well informed. Monica put away the note and stood up from her seat. You can expect our good news. Also, the person we asked you to look, did you find leads? Yes, Sphinx rolled up his sleeve and glanced at his watch. If I'm not mistaken, he should be at Koro Airport now. At Koro Airport, a commercial airliner landed on the runway. A young man with a baseball cap walked off the plane. Behind him were two burly men dressed in suits. From the way they stared behind him instead of looking around, the two men apparently weren't this young man's bodyguards and were more like guards. After he got off the plane, one of the burly men showed his ID to the airport staff. The trio immediately entered a special track of the airport and arrived in front of a black limousine. When the door opened, James Rothschild's facial muscles twitched when he saw the person sitting in the car, but he still suppressed the urge to flee and sat in the car. It's nice to meet you, Mr. James Rothschild. Nice to meet you. Mr. Jiang Chen. James tried to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. He shook Jiang Chen's hand. Even if it was a tool, he could understand that the fire in Pilsen synagogue was probably related to this man in front of him in some shape or form. The heads, heirs, and representatives of the 13 families who marked the core ranks of the Freemasonry almost all died in the fire, only he survived. Although the death of a family leader would only cause some temporary turmoil for the old continental families such as the Krupps and Rothschilds, and the covenant that lasted 100 years wouldn't be destroyed because of the death of a few people, it was still a heavy blow for the collective Freemasonry. Even the most unruly terrorist organizations absolutely wouldn't have the guts to commit such resolute actions. Unless it was a reckless madman. In the hands of a madman, James couldn't help but feel deep despair. Please sit down. Jiang Chen pointed to the seat opposite him. James nodded quickly and carefully sat down across from him. Jiang Chen made a gesture to the bodyguard outside and the bodyguard closed the door. The driver started the car and James noticed that the bodyguard in the front passenger seat put his hand intentionally or unintentionally in front of his chest. There was no doubt that he was holding a gun. If he acted slightly abnormal, the pistol hidden in his suit would instantly point against his forehead. When James thought of that, his already pale face turned even whiter. During this short period of time, Jiang Chen examined the man in front of him. Even if he was relatively inexperienced at reading people, he intuitively concluded that the man named James Rothschild was inferior to his brother Carmen not by just a little, both in terms of ability and courage. It was better this way. If he was a capable person, it would be more difficult. Looking at James' unsettled appearance, Jiang Chen smiled and said with delight, "Are you scared?" James forced a smile and didn't respond. "You can try to take a deep breath. It'll help you," Jiang Chen said. James took a few deep breaths. Not only did he not relax, but he instead choked himself and coughed repeatedly. James said with a grim face as he looked up, "Mr. Jiang, if there's anything you need me to do, just say it. I presume you didn't bring me from Europe to Xi'an not just to watch me make a fool of myself." After hearing James's words, Jiang Chen looked at him slyly. "Do you know why you're here?" "I swear to God that what happened in Los Santos had nothing to do with me. Of course I know it had nothing to do with you." Jiang Chen raised his hand and interrupted James. James was delighted. "That, however, it has to do with your last name, Rothschild," Jiang Chen said with a smile. James' heart sank and his hands and feet turned icy cold. Looking at his frightened appearance, Jiang Chen smiled and said inattentively, "You have two choices now. The first choice is to work for me. Maybe I'll let you become the next head of the Rothschild family. The second choice," Jiang Chen deliberately paused for a moment, raised a second finger, and roguishly said, "Go and become food for the fish." "I'll pick the first one," James Rothschild said without hesitation as he sold out his family. "What do you need me to do?" "A wise choice." Jiang Chen grinned and whispered, the fire in the Pilsen synagogue was a conspiracy directed by Carmen Rothschild. James took a second to process it, but quickly, cold sweat dripped down from his forehead and he realized what Jiang Chen meant. In the Freemasonry senior meeting, 12 people were killed. Only one person survived, and it was the current head of the Rothschild family, Carmen. It was foreseeable that the influence of the Rothschilds in the Freemasonry was bound to rise to a new height. The reorganization of the level 33 members would result in a more united Freemasonry than before. This should theoretically be the case. However, in turn, there were weaknesses to be attacked. Future Group did motivation to plan the attack, but from the point of view of gains and losses, the Rothschilds, or more specifically, Carmen Rothschild, was the biggest beneficiary. Why did only one person survive the tragedy out of all the representatives of the 13 families? Why did Carmen, who originally planned to attend the meeting, temporarily change his plans and allow his not-so-talented younger brother also with inheritance rights to attend instead? Evidence. No need for evidence at all. Jiang Chen wasn't a judge, but he didn't intend to convict the Rothschild family. Suspicion didn't require evidence. As long as it existed, it could cause cracks. And this would be enough. Say it with me. Jiang Chen looked at James with a smile. The fire in Pilsen synagogue was a conspiracy directed by Carmen Rothschild, James said slowly word by word. Very good. Looking at James, who was very cooperative, Jiang Chen nodded pleasantly. I'll send you back to Europe. If a reporter asks about this, you know what to answer. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, James immediately said in horror, No, you can't do this. My brother. Carmen will definitely kill me. I won't make you return to Germany. You'll travel to Moscow to take shelter from the Russian government in the form of refuge, and at the same time, you'll be interviewed by the media there. We will provide you with the materials. You only need to be responsible for smearing them. Watching his fearful expression, Jiang Chen comforted him. Relax, I will send people to protect you. After a while, the car stopped. The bodyguard waiting at the side of the road opened the door and respectfully stepped to the side. Where's this? James said, looking up at the tall building in front of him, wondering, Koro Central Hospital. Why did you take me here? Jiang Chen's smile was bright, but in James's eyes, it was a devilish smile. In order to ensure that you're obedient, I arranged a minor operation for you. Don't worry, it's good for you. Mr. James Rothschild, may I ask if what you said is true? In front of reporters, the moment when James told the truth, the audience erupted. Originally, James, who was identified to be dead in the fire, reappeared before the public. However, compared to what he said next, the shock caused by the resurrection of the dead was simply not worth mentioning. Yes, what I said is true, truer than the 24K gold ring on my finger. I repeat once again that the fire that took place in Pilsen wasn't a terrorist attack but a despicable and shameless murder. Standing in front of cameras, James Rothschild waved his fist frantically and scolded the conspirators. As for the murderer, it wasn't anyone but Carmen Rothschild, my brother. Mr. Rothschild, what evidence do you have? A reporter brought the microphone closer and said quickly, if your accusation is validated, this will become the most appalling scandal in this century. We need to know more details. Details? You need detail. God, I know my brother too well. He's a man who can do anything to achieve his goal. Anybody can be a victim, even his allies, even his closest relatives. Don't believe. Look at BR. It's a beautiful city, isn't it? You might have forgotten what happened there 2 years ago, but I will never forget. James didn't answer the reporter's question directly because he had no evidence at all. Instead, he cleverly threw out even more exciting news. He pushed the terrorist attack 2 years ago in front of the media, intentionally yet unintentionally linking it to the Rothschilds. It was a fact. They were certainly involved in that attack. After that, Merkel lost the trust of voters, and the New Choice Party came to power. The Jewish consortium became a direct beneficiary. Suspicion required no evidence. Whether or not James could produce evidences, his previous remarks already created controversy. It would take time before the scandal became a conspiracy theory. He didn't need to make any explanations. In fact, he could even just hide from the media to create the illusion that he was being hunted by his own brother and family. This would add persuasiveness to this baseless conspiracy theory. The report continued, but James Rothschild used the excuse of not feeling well to end the interview. But judging by the swarm of microphones, the reporters who sensed a big story didn't plan on letting him go. "This bastard," said Johnson, gnashing his teeth in rage, his eyes flashed with ferocity. "I advised you to kill him long ago." Carmen gloomily stared at the TV. His 4 fingers holding the glass tapped in order. The reflection of the shaking liquid on the glass didn't reveal his emotions at the moment. "Do I need to arrange people to take him out?" Johnson sighed. "No," Rothschild shook his head, then he suddenly grinned and smiled. "If we acted in anger, they would, in turn, use my brother's death and frame me as a heartless demon or cold-blooded killer. He's just an insignificant piece. We don't need to worry about him." "But he intends to fight for inheritance rights with you," said Johnson, staring at the image on the television. Carmen suddenly burst out laughing. "Inheritance? My dear brother is even afraid of leaving Moscow. You expect him to have the guts to go to court against me in Europe?" Carmen shook his head and finished his glass of red wine. He gazed at the empty glass and hid his contemptuous look. "Compared to my inadequate brother, I'm more worried about what that man might do. It's regretful that Cham actually failed. Things are starting to get interesting. He did something superfluous." Jiang Chen smiled at James, who was being interviewed at Moscow Square. "I didn't ask him to expose the event from 2 years ago. The fear of death made Mr. James Rothschild do something extraneous. Obviously, he didn't believe the ghost agents could protect him from his brother, or he never believed Jiang Chen intended to protect him. So, he deliberately exposed a conspiracy to the media. He knew the inside story of the incident from 2 years ago. Nothing was worse than death. People respected death and respected the words of the dead. It was impossible for people to believe him just from his words alone. The Rothschilds were the perpetrators of the terrorist attacks. However, if he died as the only insider, it would be easy for people to connect the dots together. "Do you need me to warn him?" Aisha stuffed the buttered toast in her mouth as she chewed and murmured. "No," Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. Although he played the card a bit early, the end result wouldn't be that different, but still, remind him so he won't make decisions for me in the future. "Aha," Aisha nodded. After completing the slavery chip implant surgery with Mr. James, Jiang Chen sent him on a flight to Moscow. Mr. James was also quite cooperative. After landing at Moscow International Airport, he immediately stood in front of the media and fulfilled his promise. "Are you watching the news?" Holding a plate, Xia Xiyu gracefully sat next to Jiang Chen. Since the two established a relationship, evenings at the mansion became more and more shameless. Xia Xiyu, who tasted the feeling of intimacy, was more open to Jiang Chen and had a much friendlier attitude toward Aisha. The only thing that was somewhat regrettable was due to her thin skin. No matter the amount of time he tried to convince her, she would never sleep with them as a group of 3 again. It was Saturday. Xia Xiyu got up a bit later and breakfast changed from an egg to a fruit salad, which was more difficult to make. Jiang Chen was very skeptical that the meat-free breakfast could really be filling, but since she was used to it, he didn't say anything. After breakfast, Aisha diligently brought the plate to the kitchen, leaving only Jiang Chen and Xia Xiyu in the dining room. Jiang Chen looked up at the clock and said something abruptly. "I might have to leave for a few days." Xia Xiyu looked over and she didn't seem surprised. Obviously, she was accustomed to Jiang Chen's regular disappearances. Although she was curious where he actually went, she never asked. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen seemed to make up his mind. He said, I used to hide a lot of things from you. From Future 1.0, I've been ambiguous about the origin of these things. I didn't plan to hide these things from you forever. I've always thought that when the time was right, I'd be truthful with you. When I come back this time, I will tell you everything. When I come back this time, I will tell you everything. His mouth was covered, and Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Lips were planted on his lips. In the same way, Xia Xiyu also made a decision in her mind. Xia Xiyu gently bit her lower lip and whispered, whatever you tell me, even if you're an alien, I will stay by your side. Considering how serious Xia Xiyu looked and sensing her warm breath just inches away, Jiang Chen took a moment to process before he suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Redness instantly covered her cheeks. Xia Xiyu gritted her teeth, raised her hand and gave Jiang Chen's chest 2 punches, then she reached out to his waist. Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't get hurt by this level of attack. He fell while laughing on the sofa. No, nothing. Okay, I'll stop laughing. He grabbed Xia Xiyu's fists. Jiang Chen, who had been laughing to the point where his stomach began to hurt, took a moment to calm down. Then he looked at Xia Xiyu, who was embarrassed on top of him, then said with a serious face, rest assured, I'm definitely not an alien. Looked at Jiang Chen pretending to be serious, Xia Xiyu giggled this time. Jiang Chen also laughed along, he then gently let go of her hand and whispered, wait for me to come back. Is it dangerous? Not very dangerous. Can you not go? Jiang Chen didn't speak but only gazed at her black pupils. The blushing Xia Xiyu looked to the side. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest with her fingers twisting her black hair. Slightly shy, she said, remember to be safe on the outside, ah. Jiang Chen suddenly sat up and Xia Xiyu, who was on his lower abdomen, exclaimed and fell backward on the other side of the sofa. Their positions changed instantly. Looking at his face in close proximity, Xia Xiyu wanted to escape out of panic, but his strong arms gave her nowhere to hide. With a smirk, Jiang Chen got closer to her ear and gently blew into it. You've been riding on me for so long. Now it should be my turn. Looking at her panicked face and thinking about her dignified, meticulous appearance during the weekdays, the contrast was simply irresistible. Wait, what are you going to do? No, not here, there is where we eat. Aisha is still in the kitchen, oh yeah. The apocalypse, Hanzhong. Axes like wind and blades like snow formed a white hurricane unleashed from the heavens. They shredded every inch of exposed life. The survivors set up strong, warm tents on the edge of the Han River and huddled inside sheets. The patrol team scooped snow out of the camp with a vehicle and while carrying rifles, checked every corner where mutants might be hidden. Next to them was the Han River. The river was long frozen. In order to take water from the Han River, the survivors had to use a rig to drill a hole that was nearly a meter down. The poor living conditions in the northwest region and the scarcity of materials had reached an unimaginable level. Even if the Northern Alliance area prepared ample supplies for the migration, this migration would still be a death march. Every day, people froze to death, were killed by mutants or died because of the lack of medicine. Everything was because of the radiation dust that permeated the sky. At the moment, in the center of the survivor camp, was the barracks of the Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Alliance area. The electric heater emitted a mesmerizing heat. The electricity supply in the camp was limited, but it only applied to regular survivors. Commander Wei Bian sat beside the holographic map and drew on a wrinkled map with a marker. Deputy Commander Luo Shugang sat across from him, occasionally glancing at his paper map, but he spent most of his time napping. The marker stopped moving, Wei Bian frowned and abruptly broke the silence in the command room. Our time is limited. Leaning on his chair, Luo Shugang opened his half-closed eyes and yawned. You've said this many times. Right after he said this sentence, a cold wind brought snow inside. Like a pot of cold water poured from head to toe, the drowsy Luo Shugang instantly woke up. He shuddered several times and his drowsiness instantly went away. He stared angrily at the door. Although his moves were fast enough, snow still blew inside the command post. Wei Bian still had the same expressionless face. He looked at the officer and said, "What's the matter?" The officer reported quickly. NAC is deploying its defenses in the Wu City region. They've deployed Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannons and laser array defense systems along the Yangtze River. They have between 2,000 to 5,000 troops stationed. Our outposts established in Wu City have been eliminated by them. After listening to the officer's report, Wei Bian became silent. The deputy commander sitting next to him also furrowed his brows. He stared at the map on the holographic command table and kept thinking about the countermeasures silently. "You can go now." As if a decision was made, Wei Bian suddenly said, "There will be a combat meeting here in an hour. All officers above the lieutenant colonel level must be present." "Yes." The officer saluted and hurriedly left the command room. Snow once again covered the command post, but this time, Luo Shugang didn't bother with the irritable ice shards. Instead, he looked at the commander of the Northern Alliance force. "Combat meeting?" Wei Bian nodded and his fingers tapped on the holographic screen. "We must take Wu City before the end of the winter. How can we get past the snow?" Luo Shugang furrowed his brows. Wei Bian's laser pointer was on the Han River. "We'll go through the ice." With his eyes open, the bright colors faded, and the yellow and gray tones unique to the wasteland appeared. However, these colors were only confined to the mansion. Outside the window was a monochrome whiteness. This year's winter came much earlier than previous years, and it was also a lot colder. The wooden door of the bedroom opened and a figure flew into his arms. "Darling, you're finally back." Sun Jiao bit Jiang Chen's ears resentfully and pouted. "You know how much I missed you." Looking at the beauty between his arms apologetically, Jiang Chen was about to say something, but she gently put her finger on his lips. "I know what you want to say, but I don't want to hear you say sorry." Looking at the mischievous Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen, who was red, smiled apologetically and fixated on her eyes full of love. "Once Lin Lin's research is successful, would you like to live with me on the other side? Didn't we agree on this already?" Sun Jiao whispered. "You're right." Feeling the warmth in his arms, Jiang Chen spoke while caressing Sun Jiao's luscious hair. After sharing an intimate moment with Sun Jiao, this satisfied kitten finally let Jiang Chen leave. She held his hand and went downstairs. After they went to the living room, they bumped into Lin Lin who had just come out of the lab. Seeing Jiang Chen, Lin Lin's eyes light up, and she quickly stepped forward to grab his empty hand. "I was just about to go find you. Come with me." After that, she didn't give Jiang Chen a chance to respond before she pulled him into the lab. After the asteroid collection and the completion of the space elevator were delegated, Jiang Chen returned to the apocalypse. He had just shared a tender moment with Sun Jiao before Lin Lin pulled him into the lab. "What's the matter? Why so rushed?" Looking at the excited Lin Lin, Jiang Chen was curious and confused at the same time. "Don't worry about it. Just follow me." After closing the door, Lin Lin let go of Jiang Chen's hand and walked to the side of a machine. She pulled off the dust-proof cloth. "Hey! Guess what this is?" With her small chest proudly raised, Lin Lin showed Jiang Chen the machine that was about her height. Jiang Chen looked at the oddly shaped machine and couldn't react for a moment. It was a machine with a cylindrical body. Jiang Chen carefully searched his own memories, but he couldn't find any matching machines from his memories. "What is this?" "The enhanced version of the magnetic restraint device. Compared to the prototype, this enhanced magnetic confinement device can store up to 1 gram of antimatter," Lin Lin proudly said as she patted the machine. In other words, if this thing blows up, it's equivalent to 3 nuclear bombs. Jiang Chen glanced at the machine and his eyebrows twitched. The TNT equivalency is comparable to 3 nuclear bombs, Lin Ling corrected Jiang Chen, and she then said, in terms of power, this is comparable to 10 nuclear bombs detonated at the same time. What the Fu *K, this can blast a small asteroid into dust. As if she read Jiang Chen's mind, Lin Lin coughed and pointed at the casing of the machine. She added, of course, there's only 0.01 milligram of antimatter inside. Collecting antimatter in the atmosphere is extremely difficult. If you can help me build a lab in outer space, you know that's impossible. Jiang Chen sighed. The wreckage of the war filled Earth's outer space. It almost formed a planetary ring consisting of space debris. It wasn't that he hadn't considered launching satellites in the apocalypse, but due to environmental limitations, it was almost an impossible task. Lin Lin also sighed and shrugged. Then we have to do it slowly. Also, what's the progress on the living creature interdimensional study? Although antimatter was a prerequisite for enabling live creatures to interdimensional travel, Jiang Chen was more concerned with this issue. If it's just microorganisms or bugs, then there are no problems, but when it comes to small animals such as hamsters, the device seems to run into some minor problems. It's too difficult to explain, maybe it's because of a lack of energy. Maybe it's the size of the door being too small. Lin Lin murmured, engrossed in her own thoughts. Jiang Chen then left the lab. After lunch, the snow seemed to settle down. With winter clothes and boots, Jiang Chen left the mansion alone and went to the community center. The soldiers patrolling all saluted out of their hearts when they saw him. From their pupils, Jiang Chen could clearly sense the reverence from their hearts. Stepping into the command center, Han Junhua was studying the holographic map and deliberating. After she noticed Jiang Chen entering, she withdrew her focus on the map and looked at Jiang Chen. "You're here." He walked next to Han Junhua and spoke to her, in a casual tone, "Did anything change?" The laser pointer in her hand pointed at the location of Wu City on the holographic map. Han Junhua said with a concerned voice, "Our pilots discovered during a recon mission of the Northern Alliance area that their armed forces are abnormally mobilized. The number of troops in the first wave is expected to reach 2,000, and follow-up units might include more than 10,000 people. They're equipped with a large amount of weapons from the pre-war era. It's hard to understand their motive, but they seem to be planning to take Wu City in winter." Although even the Aurora 20 was in a very disadvantageous position against pre-war air defense weapons, it could still conduct reconnaissance missions by maintaining a safe distance. Pre-war rifles and personnel armor weren't insignificant, and the T-Series power armor that was further developed after the war might not be weaker than the pre-war P-Series, but tanks such as the Wanderer could certainly give people a headache. In the beginning, in order to abolish a Wanderer tank of the Crimson Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Qinwu was forced to resort to the anti-ship disaster, 32 cruise missile. According to the description of the Aurora 20, the Northern Alliance area was equipped with a large number of Wanderers. If the armored units of both sides engaged in conflict, it would be a tough battle. Looking at the red dots and arrows on the map, Jiang Chen was lost in thought. "Junhua, you used to be a former Pack Brigade commander. What are your suggestions for dealing with the Wanderer tank?" Han Junhua said expressionlessly, with one finger on her chin. The Wanderer tank relied mainly on the Meissner effect of the superconducting armor, which completely renders all metallic warheads useless. It's called killer of the electromagnetic pulse cannon for this reason. Even with the use of insulated warheads, it's difficult to penetrate the 140mm grade A steel armor. EMPs, lasers, microwaves, and so on are basically ineffective for tanks produced after 2200, so they can be ignored. In other words, there's no weakness at all. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. Han Junhua shook her head. There are no weapons without weaknesses, even if it's the strongest main battle tank of the pack. Its battery life is its weakness. Maintaining Meissner armor requires a lot of power, and 112 tons of weight is a big problem in itself. Even if it has dual fusion cores as its power source, this type of tank cannot remain in battle for an extended period of time. Tactically, we should avoid direct engagement as much as possible, strategically cut supplies. In addition, the continuous use of napalm bombs is also useful against this tank. What's the deployment of our troops in Wu City? Jiang Chen then asked. Wang Xiaowu has already led the Second Army to Hongcheng and dispatched a team of about 2,000 soldiers to Wu City to contact local survivors. As the former industrial city of Pak, there were many robot factories in the city, and the local survivors modified many civilian robots into combat robots. Their combat effectiveness is significant. If possible, we can use crystals to draw up local survivors to fight for us, said Han Junhua. If you can defeat them, then that's best, of course. Jiang Chen nodded. A problem that could be solved with money was never a problem. NAC, which was backed by the entire modern world's resources, didn't have to worry about living necessities at all. Suddenly, he noticed the distance between Hanzhong and Wu City. Jiang Chen frowned and made a calculation. But 750 kilometers, how exactly are they going to get there? The northern mutants were different from southern mutants. The mutants from the south such as Death Claws usually entered hibernation in the winter. However, most mutants in the north didn't hibernate. If they wanted to mobilize from Hanzhong to Wu City, the mutants along the way would be problematic to deal with. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen temporarily put this question aside. However, as he prepared to discuss the deployment of troops with Han Junhua, there was a knock on the door. After receiving permission, Wang Qin came in. Hang Merchants Association Kong Qian is here. Hello, Mr. General, said Kong Qian respectfully. I represent the Hang Merchants Association and offer you the highest respect. A year ago, the Hang Merchants Association was merged into the NAC as an economic zone, but Jiang Chen had always given these businessmen a high degree of autonomy. Apart from keeping a form to maintain order, NAC only symbolically established offices and executives in Hang City. The president of the association, Kong Qian, was still elected by themselves. Jiang Chen was very curious about the purpose of his trip to the base. Let's be straightforward, what's the purpose of your visit here? Jiang Chen examined Kong Qian and asked. Kong Qian didn't answer. He only lowered his head slightly and took out a letter in front of his chest and handed it to Jiang Chen. This is. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, opened the envelope, and looked at the lines of words. His brows furrowed. Han Junhua, who was standing beside him, seemed to guess what the letter encompassed. She just swept the first line of the letter and stopped reading. Dear President of the Hang Merchants Association, I only represent the survivors of the Northern Alliance area and offer my highest respect to you. We've been trading for many years. We've always maintained a friendly, cooperative relationship in all aspects of our interactions. The force we possess isn't something criminals can fight against. The puppet regime will be crushed under our tanks. If you stubbornly resist, you will only welcome destruction. I hope you carefully consider your choice. Sincerely, Fang Yuanhong, 1st Army Commander of the Northern Alliance Force. Although the choice of diction was polite, it was still difficult to hide the arrogance between the lines. In short, it was a letter seeking surrender. The force we possess isn't something criminals can fight against. Oh, it seems we're being looked down upon. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Although the industrial capacity of the 6th Street was incomparable to any industrial area before the war, if the wasteland was used as a comparative standard, it would be impossible to find an industrial base with as much productivity as the 6th Street. Although the Northern Alliance area controlled the pre-war equipment, the war had never been merely a matter of competing scientific and technological knowledge, it also tested logistical capabilities. Even if a wanderer could take out 10 tigers tous, so what? There were only so many wanderers, and there were still many Tiger IIs ready to roll down the assembly line of the 6th Street military factory. Jiang Chen folded the letter, then looked at Kong Qian. He saw Kong Qian looking at himself with a half-smile. "It seems that you've made a wise choice." Jiang Chen smiled. Kong Qian bowed slightly. "In my opinion, the change of regime is like the rotation of the sun and moon. There's no such thing as a formal orthodoxy. For us businessmen, whoever brings stability to us is the undisputed owner of this land. In the eyes of these merchants, compared to the NAC that believed in free trade, the people of the Northern Alliance area were more like criminals. I will remember your words and your loyalty." Jiang Chen put the letter aside and looked at Kong Qian. "So, did you come to deliver this letter? Or was there something else you wanted to discuss with me?" "There's still one more thing." Kong Qian nodded, then said, "I don't know if General Jiang Chen noticed that this year's winter came 1 month earlier than previous years." Recalling the previous year, it was indeed true. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that at this time in October, Wanghai welcomed the first flurries. Because many things happened afterward, he hadn't taken this detail to heart. Now, when he thought about it, it was really anomalous. A few days ago, one of the businessmen in the association trading drugs and mutant hides returned from Shangjing and brought news from further north. The area north of Heilongjiang province that belonged to CCCP is now almost a no-man's land because of the extreme cold. According to the weather data observed by the Shangjing weather station, it's possible that the Earth will enter a little ice age triggered by nuclear winter in the next 5 to 10 years. Little ice age? Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed. He vaguely remembered that in history, the Little Ice Age began in the 13th century and reached its extreme in the 17th century. At its most extreme period, the Nordic region turned into a no-man's land. Even half the population of Norway and Sweden died in a famine. In the Ming dynasty on the other side of the globe, part of the reason for the Might Empire's decline in power could be attributed to the Little Ice Age. "General, do you remember the first few years after the nuclear war?" Kong Qian asked. "I don't remember. I was in a fallout shelter." Jiang Chen shook his head and replied with his usual rhetoric. "No wonder." Kong Qian sighed and explained to Jiang Chen, after the nuclear war ended, in the first 5 to 6 years, there was no concept of summer even in the hottest region in the south. The earth was covered with ice and snow all year round. In the haze of the nuclear winter, the situation didn't improve until the 7th year after the end of the nuclear war. We originally thought the nuclear winter had already passed, but now that seems to be wishful thinking. Having said this, Kong Qian paused for a moment, then continued. From the settlements of survivors north of Wanghai, all of them are desperately acquiring and storing food. Fortunately, in the Wanghai region, the prices remain stable. But outside of Wanghai, the price of nutrient supplies has doubled. All of the goods outside are devalued, except for crystals of a hard currency. Some people are hoarding nutrient supplies and crystals. "Are there any special uses for these things?" asked Jiang Chen. "It's all the survivors who are hoarding these two things," Kong Qian said earnestly. "As for the obvious reasons, they're preparing for the winter. No one knew how long this winter would last. 10 years? 20 years? Even a century? As long as that radiation dust remained in the sky, the surface climate would only become increasingly severe. Under natural selection, mutants would evolve towards being cold, strong, and barbaric, but weak human beings without the aid of tools would be eliminated by nature during the Little Ice Age. If the winter continued. Jiang Chen looked out the window and felt a strong sense of unease. This inexplicable unease was even stronger than when he heard about the invasion of the Northern Alliance area. If winter lasted, NAC's plantation would be the first to suffer. Without the input of mutated fruits and calm tree sap as raw materials, industries on 6th Street would undoubtedly suffer losses as well. While they could use greenhouses, what would be the solution for the most critical resource, energy? Most of the crystals on the 6th Street came from mutant farms, and the feed came from the mutated fruits produced by the plantation. The source of energy for the crystals ultimately came from solar energy. If the two sources of energy, solar and crystal, were lost, electricity consumption in the entire NAC area would become a problem. Wait, if the migration of the Northern Alliance area was due to the climate problem, why did they not migrate to more southern regions? Why did they choose the city of Wanghai on the east coast? Why didn't they choose a place like Fuzhou or Izhou? Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the declaration of war misunderstood by the Crimson Chamber of Commerce during the last civil war. If it wasn't the wreckage of the God's cane that the Northern Alliance area was fixated on, what was the treasure they described? Just as Jiang Chen was deep in thought, Kong Qian spoke again. We have a proposal here and we hope General will consider it carefully. The cold wind ravaged the decaying walls and broken windows on the desolated streets. The apocalyptic snow was a dense fog that shrouded the entire city under its oppressive grayness. This was Wu City. During previous years at the same time, it absolutely wasn't this cold, but this year, it was somewhat different. On the streets, only zombies in 2s and 3s strolled mindlessly. Because their muscles and fat were all frozen, they stood in place like ice sculptures. It was unthinkable that they could still hunt living animals in the spring while frozen in this state. No one bothered with the zombies. The X1 bacteria in the back of their necks couldn't accumulate energy through photosynthesis. Even if they cut through the skulls of these zombies, there wouldn't be a single crystal. Only mutant rats would desperately go bite the living dead. Their stomach was powerful enough to not worry about indigestion. On the street, aside from the walking dead, there was only silence. Leaning beside the observation hole in the tower, Hu Qing clutched his rifle tightly, looking through the bulletproof glass of the hole, and carefully observing the empty ice field. The blowing, raging wind made him begin to wonder if his work served any purpose. With such a large snowfall, would the people from the Northern Alliance area really come? The tower was built on the roof near the belfry, not far from the river, and it was made of wood for disguise. It looked only like a shabby shack. Behind the timber was a real concrete bunker which blocked the heat source and life signal, and it could withstand the direct fire of tanks. It was almost impossible for enemies to discover this as an observation tower unless they were actually inside. Hu Qing yawned at the same repetitive scenery and set aside his rifle at the window. At that moment, in the cold gusting wind, a dark figure gradually appeared. Hu Qing lifted his muzzle out of his reflex, but he soon put the gun down again. He took a few steps while rejoicing, then lowered the ladder for the man who arrived. The door clunked open. A middle-aged man with thick winter clothes, covered in ice shards, came in. His cheeks were glowing red while he carried an insulated lunchbox. He put the lunchbox on the table while ripping off his hat that almost stuck to his head. He cursed. What the foo *k, next time don't point that at me. If you misfire, you can just wait for those zombies with broken brains to bring you food. Hey, part of the job. Hu Qing couldn't wait to open the lid of the lunchbox and set his eyes on the hot steamed pork and white rice. He couldn't even wait to put down his gloves and started to gobble on the food. Foo *k the job. Do you really think that the barbarians in the northwest will make a fuss here? Do you think they ate too much? Tossing the ammunition pack on the ground, Deng Wenjie eyed his partner and grabbed a chair. He took out a bottle of booze from his pocket, unscrewed the lid and carefully took a sip. Oh, if the barbarians could eat, then they wouldn't come here. Hu Qing smelled the fragrance of the alcohol and his eyes were glued to the bottle. He rubbed his hands with a grin. Brother, you see, no. Deng Wenjie waved his hand and stuffed the bottle back into his pocket. You're on patrol. Whatever, aren't you also on duty? This is for work purposes. Deng Wenjie stared menacingly and covered the bottle in his pocket. Shall we change jobs? Do you want to go outside? Whatever. Hu Qing stuck up a middle finger at this stinky fellow and cursed shamelessly in his mind, but he eventually gave up trying to ask for a few shots. He finished the lunch in front of him and used his sleeves to wipe his mouth full of grease. He then stood up and lifted the rifle against the table. Standing next to the observation hole, Deng Wenjie looked in the direction of the ice with a frown. "What are you looking at? Don't you need to go and send supplies to the next post?" As he walked beside his comrade burping, Hu Qing patted him on the shoulder. "What's that on the ice?" Deng Wenjie pointed to the Han River not far away, frowning. "Ice?" Hu Qing took out the binoculars from his pocket and stuck them against the window. With one look, he immediately pressed Deng Wenjie's head down. "What the fu*k are you doing?" With his head pressed, Deng Wenjie was about to swear, but he was greeted by his comrade's widened eyes in shock. "It's the snowmobiles from the Northern Alliance area. Those barbarians, they really came." On the ice, dozens of snowmobiles galloped and passed the NAC demarcation line in Wu City in just a few seconds. The front ends of the snowmobiles had high-caliber heavy machine guns installed. The soldiers wearing polar camouflage teamed up as pairs on the snowmobiles to form the leading force. In the back, there were a lot of snow transportation vehicles in droves. These light armor vehicles were refitted with wide load-bearing wheels, which allowed them to move freely on the 1-meter-thick ice surface. As they were about to pass through the line of defense, a burst of fire broke out in a building on the shore. The cylindrical projectile drew a trail of crushed snow in the air and slammed on the ice more than 1 meter thick. Boom, the surface of the ice shattered without suspense, and web-like cracks spread out instantly. The huge hole directly devoured the snowmobile, unable to break in time. However, NAC's sudden attack didn't cause these leading troops to panic. They maintained their momentum while spreading out, directly passing through the range of the electromagnetic pulse cannons. Immediately following the formation of the snowmobiles, the transport fleet immediately slowed down, turning toward the streets on either side of the Han River. At the same time, the soldiers wearing polar camouflage jumped out of the vehicles and sprinted toward the street. Judging from their swift actions, this rapidly responding snow force was obviously equipped with strengthening armor like kinetic skeletons. However, NAC's soldiers weren't rookies. As the enemy spread out, there were a series of wailing noises that appeared in the blizzard. The dense barrage covered the surface of the ice. Snowflakes and ice shards immediately shrouded the river surface. The impact of the explosion almost tore this layer of ice over a meter apart. The intensive barrage obviously caught the people of the Northern Alliance area off guard. These people who had escaped the shelling didn't get a chance to catch their breath before the screaming rockets arrived. The targets of the barrage were the streets on both sides of the Han River, which were the transporters and soldiers who landed ashore from the river. Not far from the top of the building, Wang Xiaowu was overlooking the battle situation 5 kilometers away with his binoculars. He had a serious frown on his face. Although the battle was one-sided, it was surprising that during this initial contact, the NAC with their artillery didn't gain an advantage. The second wave of soldiers deployed on the surface of the river blasted the ice with explosives and blocked the formation of the snowmobiles. The two sides underwent a fierce exchange of fire under the bridge across the river. The tracers almost wove a net in the air. In half an hour, the leading troops were completely wiped out and the soldiers in the Northern Alliance area began to withdraw. Wang Xiaowu ordered them to stop chasing and consolidated the line of defense, ending the battle. Putting down his binoculars, he wasn't relaxed. The size of this attack was only 500 people. Other than the dozens of snowmobiles, the heavy armors were nowhere to be seen at all. According to intelligence from the rear, his opponent was the 1st Legion of the Northern Alliance area with a force of more than 10,000 people and a countless number of armored units. The initial contact ended with the NAC victorious, but the real war had only just begun. He had a hunch that this would become a gruesome and difficult war. Although there were no flags indicating their identity, there was no one else other than the people of the Northern Alliance area who would come here. After witnessing this 500-strong force, the frontline post sent a warning to the headquarters immediately. At the same time, the Second Army stationed in the city assembled themselves and prepared for war. Local mercenaries were also mobilized. Although their direct combat capabilities were unsatisfactory, these individuals were all DIY and robot specialists. They were locals who could fully use the terrain against the offense of the Northern Alliance area. After they sent a fleet of forces to test out the NAC, the Northern Alliance area took position in the suburbs to the north of the city. They used small-scale forces against the Second Army to gain regional control with the goal of weakening NAC's artillery support. Because of the blizzard, the visibility was extremely low, and the difficulty of flying mission greatly increased. The air superiority brought by Aurora 20s appeared to be negligible under the threat of air defense weapons. As Wang Xiaowu expected, it would be a hard battle. The news of the outbreak of the war was quickly transmitted to Wanghai by radio. If the climate is like what the Shangjing's meteorological observatory predicted, the world will enter a little ice age caused by radioactive dust, and the surface environment will no longer be suitable for human survival, or the cost of living above the surface will be far higher than below the surface. Kong Qian looked at Jiang Chen seriously and proposed, based on the plan we prepared, if the subway of Wanghai City is reconstructed, it can be transformed into an underground fallout shelter large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Once the surface of the climate is too harsh to survive, we'll at least have an option to choose from. Transition to the underground? Have you ever considered the energy issue? Jiang Chen replied. Without energy, even if the production and living facilities were moved underground, it would just be a grave they dug for themselves. Of course. Energy is a problem that cannot be ignored, Kong Qian nodded, agreeing with Jiang Chen's point of view. We thought of two options. One was to use geothermal energy, and the other was to deploy ocean current generators in coastal areas. Even if the weather got bad again, it would be absolutely impossible to freeze the ocean. Geothermal energy was also an inexhaustible source of energy. However, Jiang Chen's indecisiveness wasn't about a matter of energy. After all, the moon colony in the modern world had begun to take shape. If he wanted to, he could always move some helium-3. As for the other material for nuclear fusion, there was plenty of tritium in the sea. After a long silence, Jiang Chen finally said, I hope we'll never have to use this last resort. I know this is a difficult decision, but we must face this reality. Kong Qian bowed his head slightly. We're willing to share this project with NAC. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chen gave a relatively conservative reply, we cannot invest too many resources in the near future into the subway modification project. After all, no one can expect those invaders from the north to put aside their prejudices because of climate problems. But I promise that when we have free hands, we'll seriously consider this matter. Without receiving a direct affirmative reply from Jiang Chen, Kong Qian was slightly disappointed, but he also expressed his understanding of the issues NAC was currently facing. After all, compared to the nuclear winter and the Little Ice Age, the Northern Alliance area with tanks pointing at the south was the most imminent crisis. We'll wait for your reply. I hope everything won't be too late. If Mr. General has nothing else to add, then I will take my leave now, Kong Qian replied respectfully. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at Wang Qing, who hadn't spoken yet. Wang Qing, go to the warehouse for me and grab a box of Anshi Tai Guan Yin, premium tea, for Mr. Kong. Kong Qian was slightly moved and looked eagerly at Jiang Chen. He once again bowed, thank you, General. Jiang Chen said with a smile, you're welcome. These luxuries were tens of thousands of dollars for him, they weren't rare at all. However, for these wealthy businessmen on the wasteland, this box of purely natural, pollution-free tea couldn't be bought even with money. It would allow them to brew a rich cup of tea, savor the taste from the pre-war period, and recall the good life before the war. For these high-ranking people, it was the ultimate enjoyment. In the meantime, giving small favors to others would not only win them over but also strengthen the alliance between the two parties. After Kong Qian left, Jiang Chen prepared to go to the software development department before returning to the mansion. However, Han Junhua stepped into the office with quick steps. Northern Alliance area's troops already advanced into Wu City. NAA's 1st Legion has engaged fired with the 2nd Army headed by Wang Zhaowu. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. Although he had the slightest hope that this moment would never come, this moment had finally arrived. The fire of war was already lit. Pulling the trigger in his hand, Hu Cheng hid behind the concrete bunker and used the rifle in his hand to return fire against the soldiers in polar camouflage. The blizzard ravaged above his head. It would take luck to hit people in this weather. Whoosh! Hu Cheng immediately buried his head, and the bullet whistled against his scalp. His cold sweat formed ice shards on the tips of his hair. He skillfully reloaded the clip and moved to the side of the bunker. The rifle was once again shoved out of cover to return fire. Ta-da-ta-da. Indistinctly, he saw a few bright red spots gushing out from the white snow pile across from him. The rifle covered in white stripes fell on one side of the snow. There was no screaming, or the agony was already lost in the gusting wind. There was a hand behind the bunker that dragged the body behind cover. Confirmed kill. Behind the cold bunker, Hu Cheng panted. There wasn't the slightest indication of happiness on his face, only the gratitude to be surviving. He was one of the earlier ones who joined the NAC and participated in battles against the 7th Area mutated humans. He also participated in the expedition to Hongqing, but the undoubted similarity between these wars was that the NAC had the absolute advantage. Against the reaping of the drones and the barrage of rockets, the mutated humans were run over. Against the massive cannon of the Order airship, Hongqing survivors could only surrender under the shadow of the steel airship. However, the Northern Alliance area wasn't the same. The other side had inherited the pre-war Pan-Asian cooperation armor and its modern military ideology. Gnashing his teeth, Hu Cheng continued to peek out from the bunker and returned fire. He chose not to think about the outcome of this war and handed everything to Commander Wang Zhaowu of the 2nd Army. As a soldier, all he needed to do was kill his enemies and kill as many enemies as possible before his death. This was his only option to survive through the snowy and icy hell. On the main battlefield 2 streets away, drones flocked to the positions of the Northern Alliance area. However, under the blockade of EMP weapons, these hummingbirds all became headlong flies. On the battlefield with considerable scientific and technological advances, these flexible killing machines became worthless. In order to consume the EMP weapons of the Northern Alliance area, drone teams were formed in 2s and 3s to attack their positions. The armored vehicles of the Northern Alliance area bulldozed through the concrete wall and drove onto the street. They used the frontal armor to block the bullets and used the machine guns at the top to fire at the NAC. They suppressed NAC's gunners' positions and protected their infantry as they moved forward. However, this losing situation didn't last long, and a round of bombs penetrated the armor. The armored vehicles exploded. NAC's gunners immediately peeked out and fired back to kill the Northern Alliance soldiers who were charging onto the empty road. The Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannons ambushed near the clock tower had the miraculous effect of a sniper rifle. However, the orange-red ballistic exposed its position, and soon, an explosive bomb hit the clock tower. When the dust dispersed, the top of the clock tower had been slashed away, and no trace of the cannon was seen. The war was extremely gruesome. The northern suburb of Wu City was blanketed by dark thick smoke. In general, NAC, on the defensive side, still had the advantage. Until the Wanderer tanks emerged. The first engagement with the Wanderer tank was on the street near the bridge. After seeing the Wanderer tank, the Tiger II, which was providing cover for the infantries, immediately aimed its Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon. A glaring electric arc emerged from the side of the barrel. The orange-red arc crashed into the Wanderer tank. However, the shell didn't hit the armor. Instead, a strange projectile appeared in front of the tank armor and the shell was redirected into an old building on the side of the street. The cylindrical shell was transformed into a superconductor under the effect of a special electric field. The instant it approached the electromagnetized armor, influenced by the Meissner effect, the magnetic field generated by the antimagnetic superconducting current in the superconductor deflected the bomb to the side. It was why the Wanderer was known as the Land King. Metal warheads were ineffective and insulated warheads couldn't pierce the armor. Even NATO's most powerful armored forces wouldn't dare to engage in a direct battle against the Wanderer. The Tiger II used the smoke generated from the explosion and quickly retreated to the corner of the street. Soldiers dispersed into the buildings on both sides, avoiding the machine gun bullets that pierced through the smoke screen. However, Tiger II's escape plan was unsuccessful. The secondary rapid-fired electromagnetic pulse cannon unleashed high-speed projectiles and left a row of bullet holes in the bottom armor of the Tiger II and knocked off the belt on the right side. Abandon the vehicle. Fast. The tank lost its mobility. The captain yelled while opening the top cover as he climbed out of the tank. The gunners and machine gunners tried to crawl out. However, they didn't have time to climb out before there was a flash in the smoke curtain not far away. The high-temperature particle cluster passed through the snow and created a daunting hole on the side armor of the Tiger II. The hit punctured the power module directly, leading to the explosion of the nuclear fusion core. The aftermath of the mini-nuclear blast blew away the snow and concrete blocks on the entire street. Behind the scattered dust was the frightening muzzle. The primary cannon of the Wanderer, Type 52 particle cannon. The sound of cannons firing came from the distance and napalm bombs covered the area. However, in the blizzard of this scale, the fire didn't last long. The Wanderer ran over the wreckage of the Tiger II, and the infantries of the Northern Alliance area previously hidden now followed behind the tank and pushed forward. Through the long-range aerial photography of the drone, Wang Xiaowu examined everything with an emotionless expression. The blizzard twisted the picture into a white paste, but from the light pushing forward, he could still tell that the Second Army's line of defense was being pushed back. Strategically, NAC was undoubtedly successful. Laser array air defense vehicles could effectively counter Aurora 20, but they couldn't protect the entire 700-kilometer supply line. Wang Xiaowu avoided weaknesses of NAC and utilized his strengths. He used the 20 Aurora 20s of the Second Army to attack the supply line of the Northern Alliance area. It was impossible to completely cut off the supply line, but it was more than sufficient to seriously limit its efficiency. On the other hand, for the Second Army, their supplies came directly from Hongqing, which was adjacent to Wu City. The supply line was only about 200 kilometers away. Whether it was artillery or ammunition, it was more than abundant to supply the needs of the army. As long as the Second Army held its position, the Northern Alliance area would definitely be the first to fold under the limitations of the supply line. However, the commander of the 1st Legion wasn't an idiot. He was well aware of his disadvantages in supplies. From the very beginning, the 1st Legion hadn't planned on using conservative tactics. Instead, it used a scattered tactic to disperse NAC's artillery support and competed with NAC's infantry for regional control. Then he simultaneously pushed their strongest armored force to the front of the battlefield and chewed away at the most secure position of NAC's defensive line. Just as Wang Xiaowu stared at the holographic screen and was in deep thought, a military officer dressed in winter clothes came in and opened the door of the tent. With a grim expression, he saluted then gave his report. According to the information from the frontline troops, the effect of the napalm rockets didn't meet expectations. The blizzard is too big and the temperature is too low. It's going to be very difficult for us to hold the line of defense in front of the bridge. Wang Xiaowu looked at the holographic screen, called out the aerial view of the drone, and transferred it to the tactical map of Wu City. A green line ran several kilometers into the mouth of the Yangtze River from the Han River and passed through the bridge. This line separated the northern suburbs controlled by the Northern Alliance. The forces on both sides were evenly distributed on both sides of the Han River. If the bridge in the middle of the battle line faltered, NAC would be forced to shrink the line of defense, retreat to where the Han River estuary met the Yangtze River, and fight in the city. The closer they were to the center of the city, the taller the buildings, and the less effective the support artillery would be, which would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of NAC's defense. Retreat? Or defend to the death? Wang Xiaowu's fists clenched and his arms swelled. If it was just individual strength, the average of his 3 properties would reach a daunting 40, but the so-called bravery was rather ridiculous on the battlefield consisting of army-level forces. Even if his muscle strength and agility reached the absolute boundary of human limits, he didn't have 50% the strength of a dead claw. Even the mother of dead claws would be unable to withstand a 10 kg mass bomb launched from the Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon. Just as he was planning to order the troops to defend at all costs, a soldier suddenly ran into the command room. He saluted while gasping for breath, and was met by Wang Xiaowu's frown. Report. What's the matter? AS order has arrived at the southern suburbs of Wanghai and Chief of Staff Han Junhua is on the ship. Wang Xiaowu opened his eyes slightly and a hint of joy appeared in his pupils. Although the order couldn't approach too close to the battlefield, the heavy electromagnetic pulse cannon suspended on the ship could bombard the position of the Northern Alliance area and exert some psychological pressure on the barbarians. What did the Chief of Staff say? The Chief of Staff is taking the General's order to take over the command of the Second Army and directly command the entire army. Slightly frowning, the previous joy faded from his face and his expression was hesitant. He wasn't reluctant to give up control, all his responsibilities came from the General's trust. If Jiang Chen ordered him to surrender his military power, he wouldn't hesitate for a single second. However, he doubted that changing command in the middle of war would really have a positive effect. And although Han Junhua had some abilities, after all, she used to stand on the opposite side of NAC. Wang Xiaowu didn't reply. Instead, he grabbed the phone and called the general through a special line. Out of loyalty to the NAC, he needed to confirm the truth of the order with Jiang Chen. The phone soon connected. However, to his surprise, the order was actually issued by Jiang Chen. Hand over command to Han Junhua. Jiang Chen repeated this sentence again. Hanging up the phone, Wang Xiaowu looked at the soldier and ordered, "Pass on my orders. The entire unit of combatants of the Second Army will completely obey the command of the Chief of Staff, Han Junhua." Roger. The soldier saluted and immediately ran out of the command post. Wang Xiaowu looked at the holographic screen, sighed and sat back in his chair. With a large-scale battle like this, with matching strengths on both sides, that was the most he could do. He hoped the Chief of Staff, who had been an officer before the war, could be the turning point in this battle. Destroy the bridge, take all ammunition and supplies, and shrink the line of defense to the south bank of the Yangtze River. Give them the northern suburbs. Deploy the machine guns from the front line along the bank. The Wanderer's tank has a weight of more than 100 tons and will not be able to pass across the ice. As long as the enemy infantries and light armors are stopped from crossing the Yangtze River to build pontoons, victory is on our side. Hunter Corps, harass the enemy supply line from their flank and use light armor to raid the rear of the enemy. Focus on attacking air defense targets. Remember to avoid direct engagement with the enemy and retreat if the attack fails. Although the Northern Alliance area possessed a strong air defense force, the air supremacy remained ultimately in the hands of the NAC. Even if NAC couldn't launch an airstrike, it still possessed the ability to conduct high-altitude reconnaissance at a safe distance. As long as the communication remained unblocked, the Air Force could use the terrain to avoid the force of Northern Alliance area. Active retreat and a network was deployed along the river to block the enemy's offense to the city center offensive, while extending the strategic depth of the enemy and use guerrillas to harass the rear of the enemy. Several orders were issued consecutively. Under the command of Han Junhua, the tactics of the Second Army began to shift toward mobilizing the force. Although the change of command caused some confusion at the beginning of the retreat, Han Junhua still managed to maintain the confusion to a minimum with her previous command experience. Seeing the reconstructed defense line, even Wang Xiaowu marveled at the pre-war military officer. He was indeed not comparable. At the same time, in a half-collapsed building in the northern suburb. From its appearance, it was no different from the rubble all over the wasteland. Even if it were swept through by a life detector, there wouldn't be any abnormalities. In essence, however, it was transformed into a temporary headquarters by the Northern Alliance area. Fang Yuanhong, the commander of the 1st Legion, was personally stationed here. Since the retreat of the NAC began, Fang Yuanhong stared at the map in the holographic screen in silence. At this moment, a faint smile suddenly formed on his face before it evolved into laughter. Interesting. When he laughed enough, the resilient face gradually cooled down, shaking his head and talking to himself. It seems that this puppet regime called NAC is not made up of just fools after all. It can correct strategic mistakes in such a short period of time and boldly put it into practice. Could it be, this can't be a monster that the project came up with? Then Fang Yuanhong shook his head and denied his conjecture. The mental commissar was the secret weapon of Pan-Asia cooperation and not some kind of basic training. And even if it was a pre-war pack officer with mental commissars in command, NAC was unlikely to win. They want to block the 1st Legion's armored spear with the Yangtze River. Oh, we can use more than the Wanderer. Fang Yuanhong smiled and shook his head, turning his eyes to the door of the headquarters. There stood a dark green figure. On the orc-like burly body, the marble-like muscles bumped. No one doubted its physique that could compete with the dead claws. In this icy snow, it was only covered with a not-so-thick leather. The amber pupils exuded bloodthirsty fierce lights. It was a mutated human. It belonged to a tribe that had migrated from Wanghai City to the north. In order to win, the Northern Alliance didn't mind working with anyone. Even if they were not human at all. Outside the Fishbone base, a unique car was parked at the gate of the base. The door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out with his driver and 2 bodyguards. 4 people lifted their hands above their heads and motioned there was no hostility. The 2 NAC sentries at the entrance stepped forward and took away their weapons, as well as the crystals, and then brought them into the base. In the meeting room at the outer layer of the base, Jiang Chen met with the middle-aged man. Hello General of NAC, my name is Lu Minghui, Bishop of the Dusk Church. Here, I represent the followers of the Dusk Church and offer you the highest respect. Maintaining the highest level of humility, Lu Minghui bowed to Jiang Chen. The Dusk Church originated in Lanzhou. However, 2 tigers couldn't reside in the same mountain. After losing in the confrontation with the Northern Alliance area, the Dusk Church had to migrate. Some of them went east, while others went down the Han River. Religion has always been a troublesome thing. The more suffering, the blinder the followers, and the more believers. On this migratory road, although few people accompanied the stubborn and arrogant man to the end, they left a lot of fire seed along the way. One branch that grew stronger was the Shangjing chapter. The people who had not migrated along the Han River used the underground rail transit line and arrived in Shangjing after many twists and turns. They settled in a large city that was not inferior to Wanghai. 2 years ago, Jiang Chen inadvertently poked a hole in their leader Bo Yu. Since then, the church's influence in the south plummeted and it completely lost control of Suzhou and the surrounding areas. However, this did not affect the relationship between the NAC and the Dusk Church. Although the diplomatic dialogue was almost zero, there had been a considerable amount of trading between the 2 parties. It was because of this reason that Jiang Chen did not kick out the fellow who claimed to be bishop of the Dusk Church. Welcome, Mr. Lu Minghui. Jiang Chen asked him to take a seat and ordered the waiter to pour 2 cups of good black tea from Sri Lanka. As soon as his mouth touched the edge of the teacup, the bishop's eyes flashed with a hint of consternation. With such refreshing aroma and pure taste, he hadn't tasted something like this for more than 20 years. The reason was because of the reminiscence about the past and the nostalgia for the pre-war life. Great tea. If you don't mind me asking, can I ask you where did you get it from? Pan-Asia, in the Indian region, island of Sri Lanka, Jiang Chen smiled. You should have heard that we have already occupied Ijo Island and opened a trade route to the south. If you are interested, I can gift you some. Half of these were his nonsense. This so-called Sri Lankan black tea was just a gift from a business partner from the other world. He had an inventory of luxury goods such as tea. However, Mr. Lu Minghui was not likely to go to the faraway India to validate this. He didn't mind using this import to increase his bargaining chip. Being able to trade with distant survivors was a symbol of strength. Sure enough, after seeing Jiang Chen's generosity, Lu Minghui visibly hid away the slightest contempt and hesitation behind the politeness, and instead adopted a more stern attitude. I'm grateful. He bowed and he unceremoniously accepted Jiang Chen's gift. Let's stop with the small talk. You should be very clear that we are in a war with the Northern Alliance area. If you are not here just to be a bystander, you should have something interesting to discuss with us. Am I right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Indeed, we have very important things to discuss with you, Lu Minghui said. But before that, I want to ask Mr. General a question first. Have you heard of a term before? What term? Jiang Chen responded with a frown. The Holy Shield. Looking into Jiang Chen's eyes, the bishop said seriously. On the way to the interstellar era, there were many technologies that are prerequisite to interstellar travel. Such as controllable nuclear fusion, warp engine, shield technology, high-power energy weapons and so on. Because of the difference in ideology, countries' technology focus were quite different. For example, in shield technology, Pan-Asia cooperation was undoubtedly leading in the forefront of the world. The Holy Shield system was even more representative. The city defense system built in 2147, after countless updates in decades, finally included the entire Wanghai into its protective cover. Although limited by the flaws in the technology itself, the shield system did not completely resist the bombardment of God's cane, but it still gained valuable time for citizens to enter fallout shelters. In the virtual reality game where he met Lin Lin, Jiang Chen had seen that scene. The waterfall-like light beams poured over the dome of the city, and countless light particles fluttered in the sky. Without thinking about the meaning behind this image, the picture was still indeed absolutely stunning. The Holy Shield. Of course I heard that before. Jiang Chen took a sip of the hot and steamy black tea and looked at Lu Minghui thoughtfully. I believe that Mr. General has already noticed that the nuclear winter is approaching. Not long afterwards, the entire land will be covered with snow and ice. Even the strongest and toughest mutants will have to change their habits and migrate underground or southward. Afterwards, Lu Minghui looked at Jiang Chen. For us humans, it is the same. This land will no longer be suitable for our survival. After listening to his words, Jiang Chen smiled and half-jokingly said. So, are you going to order a space colonization ship from us? Of course not. Lu Minghui shook his head. Although we believe in the doomsday theory, we are not complete escapists. Unless we are forced by life, I think no one wants to escape from their homeland. What's your proposal? The Holy Shield is the key to dealing with the nuclear winter. Gazing into Jiang Chen's eyes, Lu Minghui continued, in the first 3 years, the Holy Shield was originally designed to deal with natural disasters such as typhoons. After the economic crisis, Pan-Asian cooperation then added strategic defense capabilities to it. The words of Mr. Bishop surprised Jiang Chen. He didn't think that the original design philosophy of the Holy Shield was to shield typhoons, and not intended to shield artillery and missiles. I see, in this case, in the North Alliance area declaration of war that was sent long ago, it mentioned a treasure. It must have been referring to the Holy Shield. I remember that it had been destroyed, recalling what was seen in virtual reality, Jiang Chen whispered. It's not destroyed, it's just overloaded. It's no different than being destroyed, but at least it's not bad enough to be unrepairable. We have obtained the design drawings from the backup server of the Defense Research Institute in Shangjin. With some time, repairing it should not be a difficult task. Lu Minghui's words made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. Paying attention to the interest on his face, Lu Minghui smiled and continued passionately. As long as we restart the shield system, we can isolate the entire city of Wanghai from the wasteland. As long as energy input is maintained, nuclear winter is nothing. If energy input can be maintained, Jiang Chen's finger tapped the table lightly. Have you considered the source of energy? Although there is no way to get helium-3, but deuterium and tritium reaction is also a good choice. There are an ample amount of deuterium and tritium reserves in ocean. Though it is not environmentally friendly, no one really cares about that now, Lu Minghui said. Compared with the Hangzhou Merchants Alliance's subway project, the proposal to restart the Holy Shield was obviously more reliable. Moving all the factories of 6th Street underground? Are you kidding? The production machinery and factory buildings are not tables, at least not the kind of tables that can be moved freely. After a glance at the snow accumulating outside, Jiang Chen refocused on the steamy white mist above the teacup. Your proposal has convinced me, but I still have a question. Please. Shangjin also has an urban defense system similar to the Holy Shield. Why did you choose Wanghai, and not your current base Shangjin? Jiang Chen asked the doubt in his heart. Regarding Jiang Chen's doubts, Lu Minghui was not surprised. He had a helpless expression on his face and explained, Shangjin was one of the political centers of Pan-Asian cooperation before the war. The number of shelters are also the highest in Pan-Asian. This means that when the war is over, it is far more chaotic than elsewhere. The survivors are divided into factionals and the network of relationships is complicated. Lu Minghui paused and sighed. The most critical thing is that the local survivors are far more exclusive than our imagination. Even if we have migrated to Shangjin for a few years, we still can't gain their trust. Now that the nuclear winter is approaching, living supplies are getting scarcer. The relationship between the survivors has also deteriorated to unimaginable levels. So you chose us. Jiang Chen smiled. Yes, Lu Minghui said seriously. During negotiations, the bishop had already shown enough sincerity, but Jiang Chen did not rush to give him a reply. The so-called covenant is equal to alliance. I don't want to go in circles. We can repair the Holy Shield ourselves. If so, what can we gain from an alliance with you? The Northern Alliance area is also our enemy. We are willing to work together with you to counter the threat from them. In addition, we will offer you a tribute. I am sure you will be interested. Jiang Chen noticed that Lu Minghui had used the word tribute very interestingly and could not help but raise an eyebrow. He asked intriguingly. Oh. What? Stingray X-1, a prototype of a small, multi-purpose spacecraft. I heard that you have a hobby of collecting space vehicles. If the rumors are true, I believe that the artwork produced in the Jiuquan Launch Center will surely satisfy you, Lu Minghui said respectfully. The covenant was formed. For Jiang Chen, the Stingray X-1 was a pleasant surprise. However, even without that, Jiang Chen would consider forming an alliance with the chapter of the Dusk Church. Based on what Sun Xiaoro described, this chapter belonged to the sectarian guardians in the church. It believed in a drastically different path compared to the Bo Yu-led, radical extremists advocating for escapism. The divergence in doctrine also made the relationship between the two sides not so harmonious, so at the time of migration, both parties went separate ways. One went down the river and the other went to Shangjing. Compared to those who were brainwashed by Bo Yu, the sectarian guardians were also more pragmatic. Jiang Chen promised that after the restart of the Holy Shield, he would assign them an autonomous region in Wanghai, allowing them to preserve their own traditions and formulate their own laws based on the NAC constitution. After the conclusion of the covenant, the Dusk Church sectarian guardians in Shangjing will send 5,000 strong troops and head south to Wu City to support the Second Corps of the NAC to fight against the threat from the Northern Alliance area. After the threat of the Northern Alliance area could be resolved, the two sides agreed to immediately launch the Restoration of the Holy Shield plan to cope with the ever-deadly nuclear winter. The frozen Yangtze River divided the city into two. North of the river was under the control of Northern Alliance area while the area to the south was occupied by NAC. 2 days ago, the last batch of troops responsible to cover the retreat also returned to the line of defense and established a multi-layer defense line along the river. The thickness of the ice layer was close to 1 meter. With special tires, it was not a problem to allow light armored units to pass. However, this thick ice was still far from enough to hold up the weight of the Wanderer tank. With the restriction of the terrain, the fierce offensive from the Northern Alliance area finally halted to a temporary stop. It was also on this ice that the NAC's artillery exerted its maximum advantage. An electromagnetic pulse cannon could easily penetrate the ice, turning a solid layer of ice into broken ice shards, preventing soldiers from trespassing. Machine guns along the bank also easily weaved a firepower net. On this frozen river, even the narrowest part was more than 1,100 meters in distance. It was almost an impossible task to rush through this ice sheet with bare flesh and blood. Under the command of Han Junhua, the defense line of the Second Army was more than several times stronger than it was 2 days ago. Scooping the snow from the foxhole to the outside with a shovel, Hu Cheng tossed down the shovel and rubbed his numb face. It was freezing outside, with wind gusting. His breath immediately turned into white fog as he sat on the ammunition box. 2 days ago, the retreat order freed him from the hell on the front line. Taking advantage of the light machine guns he had picked up from the battlefield, he was assigned to the foxhole. There was only one task. It was to press the trigger when the enemy charged. He loved this job very much. He didn't need to aim and just needed to use firepower to force the enemy to retreat. In fact, their machine gunners did do that. NAC's supply was sufficient, enough that he did not need to calculate how much ammunition remained. Yesterday, those barbarians tried to launch 3 fake attacks and 2 assaults, but they were forced back without exception. Today, they were surprisingly quiet, except for occasional shots through the blowing snow. There were basically no new movements. There was an electric kettle not far from his hand. In such a weather, there was nothing better than drinking a hot cup of cocoa. Of course, hot cocoa was just a thing in his imagination. Since he climbed out of the hibernation chamber, he hadn't seen any of these comfort things before the war. He tossed a few dry tea leaves in the boiling water. This tea came from the tea garden near the 6th Street with a beautiful name called intoxicating tea. Just brew in boiling water for a while, it would produce an alcoholic taste. The tea was not just intoxicating, but also warmed the stomach. These things were popular among the middle class. One of the most expensive luxury items that they could enjoy. If it was not for the generosity of General Jiang, they simply wouldn't have the opportunity to enjoy these. If he was to pay money for this, he would be too stingy. Hu Cheng took out the binoculars, and cautiously leaned against the edge of the pit and confirmed the line of defense on the opposite side. Very well, it seems that they are too cold too, muttering, Hu Cheng put the binoculars into his pocket, sat back onto the ammunition box, rubbing his hands together. Then, turned off the electric kettle, took out a steel cup, poured half a cup for himself, and took small sips. He had never seen such a cold winter, nor had he seen such strange snow. When he woke up from the hibernation chamber, the toughest decade already passed. He heard from those who lived through the most difficult period after the war that this may be the fabled nuclear winter. Intoxicating tea also had the benefit of reducing radiation. After finishing the tea, Hu Cheng looked at his radiation value and the iodine inventory on his EP. He stepped back to the machine gun position, and adjusted his grip. At this moment, he suddenly saw a few green figures in the distance. His eyes squinted, then Hu Cheng whispered and grabbed the binoculars. "Am I seeing things?" Lifting up the binoculars, he examined the distance. For a moment, he actually saw mutated humans. Could it be that I'm too tired? It was indeed possible since he didn't get good sleep for many days. The binoculars fell on the snowdrift and Hu Cheng opened his mouth in daze. Are they really mutated humans? How could this be? However, the enemy did not give him the time to react from his shock. After a series of intensive gunshots, mutated human soldiers armed with C-grade steels, carrying rifles began taking charge at NAC's zone of control. Hu Cheng buried his head out of reflexes, and there was a homing sound from above. The shell exploded about 10 meters behind the foxhole. The flying shrapnel knocked down the electric kettle. Without the time to be pained by the waste of perfectly fine tea, Hu Cheng quickly swept away the snow on his body before he leaped beside the machine gun and unleashed a fury of bullets. The bullet sputtered a series of sparks on the steel armor. From the trajectory of the bullets did not penetrate through the simple and crude armor. Damn it! An inexplicable panic entered his mind. Hu Cheng gnashed his teeth and tore off the chain on the machine gun. He scrambled to change into armor-piercing bullets, and once again unleashed bullets to those mutated humans. The recoil shattered the ice cones on the edge of the cement bunker, and it also pained his muscles. The speed of the machine gun was much slower, but the penetration power more than doubled. Many mutated humans' armor were knocked off and then they were shredded by the bullets and shrapnel rain, but more mutated humans rushed into NAC's first line of defense and began to fight with the soldiers behind the trenches. Even if there were shots and their internal organs crushed into slush, these mutated humans didn't die immediately. The simple-minded creature was far more difficult to deal with than they thought when they were driven by their desire to kill. Python drones and reptile drones were immediately mobilized, but the EMP weapons launched by the 1st Legion caused a lot of trouble for these robotic units. Although the EMP did not directly destroy the drones, the side effects of overloading the circuit forced the drones to stall. A mutated human rushed right below Hu Cheng's machine gun and had avoided the maximum shooting angle of the machine gun. Through that snowstorm, he could even see the despicable face, and the drool that was frozen on the corner of its mouth. Go to hell. You disgusting green skins. Hu Cheng roared, grabbed the rifle with a bayonet from his side. He shoved it out from the bunker and stabbed the mutated human's head in a commanding position. A few rounds of bullets struck next to him. Cement chips and ice shards left a few bloody scratches on his face. The bayonet did not pierce the mutated human's face, but stuck on its arm. However, he did not flinch. A suddenly flick torn open the muscles of the mutated human's arm. The mutated human howled out in agony. Its rifle dropped to the ground, but the other hand reflexively took out the crude machete from its waist. It swung toward Hu Cheng. Docking his head, he avoided this hit. Hu Cheng caught the opportunity and aimed at the ugly face. He pressed the trigger in desperation. With the burst of fire, the orange trajectory brought blood and hit the snow, and then sizzled to form a white mist. The machine gun bullets from across the river suppressed Hu Cheng back into the foxhole. More and more mutated humans rushed onto the frozen river surface and opened fire. As he anxiously prepared to shoot, there was a shrill screech nearby. Before he could react, bursts of fire exploded on the ice. The explosions blew large chunks of ice along with snow and ice shards meters into the air. When everything dispersed, the entire river was already fragmented, and large sections of ice slowly drift down the river. There were no traces of mutated humans left. Only the smoke of the explosion lingered on the fractured ice surface in the howling blizzard. Beautiful. He threw a punch at the concrete wall and shouted at the surface of the river in excitement. Although he also knew that it would take less than a day for the shattered ice surface to be frozen again by the blizzard, at least for the next 10 hours he didn't have to worry about his own defense zone. Even if he napped against his machine gun for a while, it wouldn't be a problem. He hadn't closed his eyes for a long time. But, just as he dozed off, he was still confused. Where did the mutated humans come from? After establishing an agreement, the Dusk Church sectarian guardians immediately sent a tribute, the heritage that belonged to the Pan-Asia Cooperation, to a cargo ship. They also sent a group of diplomatic personnel who would be stationed at the 6th Street. The ship was escorted by Beluga Observation Station to the port of Wanghai. In the warehouse at the port, Jiang Chen saw the Stingray X-1 multipurpose spacecraft Lu Minghui mentioned. Even at just the first sight, the spaceship made a deep impression. Because the craft's primary functional area was space, the spacecraft was different from a conventional aircraft. There was no aerodynamic design, and even the wings were omitted. An orange cockpit was at the head of the sleek ship. The back of the fuselage was embedded with a bull-shaped pulse engine, and the wings were equipped with mechanical cantilever arms that could be folded in the atmosphere. The abdomen was equipped with a low-power engine for adjusting directions, as well as a connecting ring. Because it was a multi-purpose aircraft, if the mechanical cantilever is equipped with a laser cutter and the abdominal connecting ring is equipped with a mining module, this aircraft could be used as a mining vessel. If a directed energy weapon was mounted on the mechanical cantilever, and a missile or an electromagnetic torpedo is hung on the abdomen connecting ring, it could be used as a fighter soaring in space. Although it is a prototype, the PAC scientists have already tested it and equipped it to the space colonization ship Zhenghe. Lu Minghui patted the outer shell of this spacecraft in reminiscence. In other words, the first-generation machine? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. At the time they were in a hurry, not having the time to improve it, and many functions are quite crude. However, the functionalities are all there. Whether the mining module or the attack module, the PAC scientists designed them quite well and a set each. But I don't recommend that you use this thing in the war against the Northern Alliance area. In the atmosphere, it could only fly upwards like a rocket by consuming a lot of fuel. The correct way to launch this ship should be sending this to outer space through a space elevator. If you have a space elevator, the bishop said, shrugging. Jiang Chen smiled and did not speak. He really did have a space elevator. It was just in another world. According to his plan at the time he left, the asteroid capture plan should be at the weaving stage. In early December, the orbital work was to start and the asteroid would be pulled into Earth and Moon system. He originally planned to use the mining rocket independently developed by Celestial Trade, but now it seemed that it was sufficient to use the Stingray with the mining module. After Jiang Chen accepted the tribute to the sectarian guardians, Jiang Chen also reciprocated and asked Wang Qing to send them a whole container of cocoa beans. This commodity was definitely one of the most sought-after food, especially during the winter time. With 22nd century technology, it could easily be made into delicious and high-calorie cocoa or chocolate with some little processing. Since Country F was included in the sphere of influence of celestial trade, the last thing Xin lacked was tropical crops. Unlike Jiang Chen's calmness, after seeing a whole container of cocoa beans, Lu Minghui was stunned. The sectarian guardians lived a fairly plentiful life, but they never saw a whole truck of luxury goods. It was obviously impossible for these crops to be nurtured in the soil in Wanghai region. It must be traded with the survivors of South Asia. Or else, NAC must own plantations in South Asia, and these cocoa beans must be produced from those plantations. No matter from what perspective, NAC's strength far exceeded the imagination of the Dusk Church. Apart from rejoicing, Lu Minghui also re-examined the alliance between the two parties. The Dusk Church must treat this covenant more carefully and do everything possible to avoid conflicts with the NAC, Keeping this statement firmly in mind, Lu Minghui bid farewell to Jiang Chen respectfully and took this full container of goods to board the transport ship operated by Beluga Observation Station. He headed north along the East China Sea to Shangjing. After watching the messengers from the Dusk Church disappear in the horizon, Jiang Chen left the port by car, returned to the Fishbone base, and went to the community center. After finding the staff of the logistics department and ordered them to transport the Stingray X-1 to the backyard of the mansion, Jiang Chen went to the holographic meeting room and confirmed the front-line situation with Han Junhua, who had already taken over the Second Army control in Wu City. For Han Junhua's command ability, Jiang Chen was quite assured. Since she had experience commanding a pack brigade prior, she should have no trouble taking control of the battlefield. Sure enough, she did not disappoint him. Under her command, Second Army successfully blocked the Northern Alliance area to the north of the Yangtze River. Even with more than a dozen Wanderer tanks, they could no longer move forward by a single inch. However, it was not all good news from the front. Mutated humans. Sitting in a holographic meeting room, listening to the reporting of Han Junhua's holographic images, Jiang Chen frowned and began deliberating. How did they get together with those monsters? These seemingly inhuman creatures were far more dangerous than raiders and mutants. Since NAC incorporated the entire Suong province into its territory, it cleared all the mutated human tribes and cannibal tribes in the territory. From this perspective, the mutated humans did have reasons to hate NAC. However, what he did not understand was what kind of benefits the Northern Alliance area offered to convince these boastful and arrogant beasts to join their camp. If it was really like what Han Junhua said, then it was indeed a big problem. On individual combat capability, even if equipped with a kinetic skeleton, pure humans could hardly overcome these green-skin monsters. Under the command of the enemy First Legion, these mutated humans did not clutter together and gather at the front line. Instead, they sent more troops in an organized fashion to battle positions with wounded soldiers. As a result, the killing effect of barrage was greatly reduced. Although Second Army had adequate supplies, it didn't mean ammunition was unlimited. According to intelligence from the Hunter Corps, aiding the Northern Alliance area is the Helmet tribe that previously settled around Hongqing and fled to Wu City after the empire collapsed. The Northern Alliance promised the Helmet tribe that after victory, they will gift Hongqing to them. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. They believed them. Han Junhua in the hologram shook her head. It is unclear whether they have reached any other agreements, but the fact is that they are on the same front. We need more rockets to defend our defense line. What's the situation on your side? I have already told Zhao Group's military factory. Their factory will ramp up the production of Fireball ones. Here, Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. In addition, I have good news that the sectarian guardians of the Dusk Church has reached a coalition with us. They will send reinforcements from Shangjing and attack the rear of the First Legion. The reinforcements from the sectarian guardians were undoubtedly good news for Second Army who fought at the front line, especially after learning that the Northern Alliance area and the Helmet tribe united together. After repeating the details of the covenant with Han Junhua, Jiang Chen ended the holographic meeting. In the evening, Jiang Chen returned to the mansion together with Sun Jiao and Sun Xiaoro, who had finished their administration work. When they pushed the door open, Yao Yao already brought a plentiful and delicious meal to the dining table. As for Lin Lin, she was already sitting at the table. Responding to the joyous look of the small Lolita, Jiang Chen rubbed Yao Yao's soft hair. After he went to the bathroom and washed his hands, he returned to the table. The baked tender red trotters glowed with a delicious shine and the tender green leaves were oozing with freshness. Yao Yao's cooking skills improved a lot. If she was not limited by the raw ingredients, perhaps her cooking skill would be better than Aisha's. The haze at the front line did not affect the family's dinner. After enjoying this sumptuous dinner, Jiang Chen packed up the dishes with his girls. After Yao Yao went to bed, Jiang Chen went to the study room on the top floor of the mansion and looked at Sun Jiao waiting at the window. A smile formed on his face and he magically took out a bottle of fine wine and 2 wine glass and walked towards the graceful figure. Through the reflection on the window, she noticed him when he entered the room. However, she did not turn around, but smiled at the reflection on the glass and gently blew out a white mist. "How did you know I was here?" "Just thought you'd be here." Jiang Chen walked to her and put the glass and bottle on the window sill. Then he hugged her around the waist and said, "Beautiful lady, do I have the honor to ask you for a drink?" Sun Jiao seductively rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and lazily leaned into his arms. "I heard that there was a job called a bartender before the war. By mixing 2 different types of wine together, it brought out a lovely taste." Playfully nibbling on Jiang Chen's ear, she used a cute voice, "I want to drink that." Jiang Chen made a helpless expression. Then he took out a bottle of whiskey and a bottle of brandy from the storage dimension, and also another bottle of spirit he couldn't name, and then placed a cocktail shaker on the window sill. "I have only seen it before. I mean, I can try it." Amused by Jiang Chen's expression, Sun Jiao grinned and gestured him to continue. Jiang Chen poured a little from each bottle into the shaker. Then he shook the mixture a few times, poured 2 cups for Sun Jiao and himself, and invited her for a taste. "Try it?" Sun Jiao picked up the glass and took a sip. Before she had enough time to relish the taste at the tip of her tongue, the pungent alcohol taste made her cough violently. Cough cough. "This is not alcohol. It's just as hot as chilly water, eh?" "Is it?" Jiang Chen glanced at his glass and didn't have the determination to try it. It took Sun Jiao a while to regather her breath. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and put the glass back on the windowsill. Jiang Chen scratched his nose out of embarrassment, and said, coughing, "It was just an accident. Do you want to try something else?" "No. Just give me a cup of wine." The blizzard outside the window howled. Looking out from there, the lights in the base seemed to be covered by a thin veil. The 2 snuggled up by the window and chatted while sipping the fine wines brought from the other world. This leisure time passed slowly. "The snow is getting bigger," fixating on the snow outside the window, Sun Jiao said abruptly. "Yeah." Jiang Chen emotionally sighed. Sun Jiao seemed to have thought of something as she gently bit her lower lip, and hesitantly said, If one day, it is no longer suitable for people to live here, by then, I will take you to the other world." Jiang Chen interrupted Sun Jiao's words and hugged her in his arms. Sun Jiao's face seldom showed a hint of weakness. She buried her head and whispered, "You won't leave me?" Jiang Chen laughed. "How can I leave you?" Her lips closed and happiness appeared on her face. Although she knew his answer, she felt warm no matter how many times she listened to the response. "Really?" Caressing her hair and feeling her temperature, Jiang Chen solemnly said, "Of course." "Aha," the murmured whisper, with the chilling wind, gradually faded into the night. The next morning, the snow temporarily subsided. After waking up early, Jiang Chen got dressed and kissed Sun Jiao, who was still in her sleep. Then he went out to the community center. At the general office, the chief of staff department handed over the battle report from last night. With coffee brought to his table, Jiang Chen carefully read through the report. The war on the front line still continued. Last night, under the cover of darkness, the mutated humans launched a continuous and ferocious attack against multiple NAC lines of defense. Under the assault of the fearless foes, they almost tore a hole on the Second Army's defense. However, they ultimately failed. The only good news was that the Hunter Corps sneaked behind a refueling Wanderer tank, mounted a tactical nuclear bomb on the bottom of the tank, ran 1,000 meters away, pressed the button, and directly sent the tank into the air. The difficult-to-replicate nature of the pre-war armor meant that every single tank destroyed meant less and less tanks. It was the first Wanderer NAC destroyed since the start of the war. Jiang Chen made an annotation immediately below the battle report. He will award the Night Order to the warrior and reward him with 10,000 credits. After handling the military affairs at hand, it was still early. So, Jiang Chen came to the warehouse in the backyard of the mansion and tossed the prototype of the Stingray X-1 and the backup USB files containing relevant technical data into the storage dimension and temporarily returned to the modern world. The asteroid capture project and the space elevator both entered their final phase. However, Celestial Trade Space Launch Center had yet to design an aircraft suitable for use in outer space. The Stingray X-1 provided by the Sectarian Guardians was a perfectly timed solution to the technical department of the Space Launch Center, which was still arguing over propulsion or non-propulsion engine. Not to mention the use of high-temperature and high-pressure materials for the shell, the pulse engine used by the spacecraft was a groundbreaking technology in the modern world. Traditional jet engines were not suitable for interplanetary navigation. More advanced pulse engines were the best choice. Jiang Chen did not expect to take the drawings to the modern world or expect the factory in Ange Industrial Park could achieve large-scale production of the Stingray X-1. But at least with an industrial-grade 3D printer, it would be possible to replicate a few prototypes out of it. In addition, taking the necessary technology from the Stingray X-1 and independently researching and developing transport vehicles between the Earth and Moon, it was also crucial for Celestial Trade's planetary colonization program. Although it was now possible to rely on transport rockets to provide supplies to the Moon, the use of such low-reuse vehicles was undoubtedly an inefficient option. After these things were done, Jiang Chen returned to the apocalypse in the evening. However, with his front foot just stepping onto this world, good news came from Camp 27. It was no exaggeration to say that if nothing unexpected happens, this suddenly conquered technical problem would completely change the direction of the war. In the warehouse of Camp 27, a 7-meter-long gun barrel was connected to a turret covering an area of more than 10 square meters. The middle section of the gun barrel was connected with a hydraulic triangle bracket. With just one look, this cannon seemed to just be long, but it was not the case. The narrow barrel did not emit any physical projectiles. Instead, it was firing magnetically confined plasma particles with a core temperature of several tens of millions of degrees. After being hit by the magnetic field, the plasma confined by the magnetic field relied on its own thermal energy to melt through the metal armor of the target, and at the same time release the electrical energy condensed in the plasma instantaneously to destroy the soft targets and electronic devices in the armored units. In short, it was a large plasma gun. It was similar to the Type 52 particle cannon on the Wanderer tank, but there were many differences in details. However, whether it was the particle cannon or the plasma cannon, both could be regarded as tank killers at close to medium range. Speaking of which, the large-scale plasma cannon was completed with the effort of Lin Lin's research on antimatter technology. Magnetic confinement devices used to encase antimatter could also be used to wrap plasma. The researchers at Camp 27 used Lin Lin's research results and made further derivation to solve the problem of delays after the magnetic restraint was disengaged from the device. To solve this problem, it could shoot out the magnetic confinement wrapped with high-temperature plasma as a projectile. After the researchers at Camp 27 explained the technical elements to Jiang Chen, they immediately entered the weapon testing stage under the general's command. Several staff members installed the cannon on a truck and moved into the shooting range. With the project leader Zhou Rong coming to the shooting range, Jiang Chen stood behind a bulletproof glass. Jiang Chen fixed on the large turret in the middle of the field, knocked on the bulletproof glass, and casually asked Zhou Rong, "Why tainted glass? The bullets fired by the cannon can be blinding." "The use of tainted glass is for the protection of your eyes," Zhou Rong explained with a smile. Weapon testing commence. After receiving the order, a NAC soldier stepped forward and connected the wires behind the turret to a tablet terminal. He skillfully set the firing parameters. On the other side of the shooting range, an grade A steel plate with a thickness of 200 mm was raised on an open space of about 800 meters away from the turret. Zhou Rong ordered the soldier, who stood 10 meters behind the turret, to immediately press the firing button. With a flash of blinding white light, the plasma cannon suddenly sprayed the energy projectile confined by the magnetic field. Even in daytime, the bright white plasma was burning to a point where it was blinding to look at. The energy projectile came in contact with the steel and there was hardly any explosion. Escaping from the constraints of the magnetic field, the high-temperature plasma emerged from the tiny space, and melted through the steel with a thickness of nearly 200 millimeters. A blue arc that scintillated behind the armor as it spread like a spider web, and instantly penetrated the ground. Standing behind the tainted glass and witnessing this shocking scene, Jiang Chen's eyes widened and the expression on his face gradually changed from shock to excitement. Observing the facial expression on the general's face, Zhou Rong proudly said. In the atmosphere, this plasma projectile can only maintain a steady state for a very short time, so the maximum range of this plasma cannon, tentatively named RK-1, is only 800 meters. However, the damage against armored units, as you can see, is astonishing. As long as the projectile hits, disregarding the Wanderer, even if it were a destroyer of the Pan-Asia Cooperation, it would be melted. With a range of 800 meters, as long as it hit the body of the armor, it could turn the almost invincible Wanderer into a pile of scrap iron. It may be difficult to approach the 800-meter distance on the plain, but in the urban terrain, an 800-meter battle distance was common. Prior to this, Jiang Chen was also skeptical about the technology that will change the course of the war. However, when he witnessed the RK-1 plasma projectile penetrate the 200mm steel armor without any suspense, he firmly believed this point. How much is the cost of producing this plasma cannon? Jiang Chen asked Zhou Rong. With the same production scale, the production cost of this RK-1 is about 3 times that of the Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon. Jiang Chen nodded. The cost was within the acceptable range of NAC. In general, costs and production difficulties were also positively correlated. He didn't care how much money and materials he spent, but if he wanted the Second Army to list this weapon in the war, he must complete production in the shortest possible time. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately found Wang Qing and told her to start organizing the production of RK-1. At present, the industrial level of the 6th Street has begun to take shape, and more critical high-energy capacitors, electromagnetic generating devices, particle acceleration tracks and other parts could all be outsourced to private factories by placing orders. In order to be able to carry the RK-1 plasma cannon, the engineers at Camp 27 also made some modifications to the Tiger II body. The turret was redesigned while weakening the armor thickness and increasing engine output. Due to the difficulty of accelerating particles, the barrel of the RK-1 was designed to be very long. If according to the original design of the turret, the barrel would be several meters beyond the body and the entire center of gravity of the tank would be moved to the front. The engineers at Camp 27 boldly cancelled the design of the turret and sank the entire turret into the carriage. They modified the vehicle into a turretless tank destroyer. This design obviously did not match the historical trend, but it was the design that best suited the Second Army. There was only one chance to fire. If it missed, there was basically no chance of firing a second shot. If the enemy's particle cannon fired, it made no difference in whether the vehicle was hit on the front armor or the side armor without energy shields, so having a turret did not impact the performance of the vehicle. The vintage tank was named Longbow I, with 120 vehicles planned. It was estimated that within 10 days, 20 vehicles could be sent to the front line, replacing the powerless Tiger II. However, in the eyes of most people, this plan was undoubtedly obscure, such as Zhao Group, which contracted 70% of the plan's production tasks. Although coveting the profits of this order of over 100 tanks, Zhao Chenwu was clear that this was almost an impossible task. On the wasteland, not all problems could be solved with money. When leaving the Fishbone Base Community Center, Zhao Chenwu followed Jiang Chen and ranted to him about the difficulty of the task. He tried to persuade the nonsensical general to reduce the number of orders. We don't have that much resources at all. If we want to complete all of these orders, we need tens of thousands of tons of steel and aluminum, countless amounts of chromium, nickel, and other rare earth metals. Even if we buy the entire 6th Street market, we still can't. Whoosh. Without any explanation, Jiang Chen pushed open the door of the fishbone warehouse. Incandescent lights on the ceiling lit up and illuminated the entire space. The words Xiao Qinwu hadn't finished were stuck in his throat. He stared blankly at the warehouse. Piles of ore piled up to form a small hill in the warehouse. The reflected lights almost blinded his eyes. At this very moment, he could not think about where the ore came from. He just wanted to pinch his own arm and confirm that he was not dreaming. Turning around, Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Qinwu, who was dumbfounded, and shrugged. You may need some trucks. The war continued for 2 weeks. It was already mid-December. The Northern Alliance area and NAC remained in a stalemate on the two sides of Yangtze River in Wu City. As the snowfall continued to accumulate, if nothing unexpected happens, this stalemate may continue to stagnate. If nothing unexpected happens. The accumulated snow on the street piled up to form small snow hills, and a Northern Alliance soldier with his rifle was sitting in a bus stop. From time to time, he glanced down the street with a vigilant sight. Beside him, was a Wanderer tank that just completed resupply, and an infantry squad that was responsible for protecting the tank. His name was Shi Wenxiang and he was the captain of this infantry squad. Since the last time the Hunter Corps took out a Wanderer tank that was resupplying with a tactical nuclear bomb, the patrols in the area occupied by the Northern Alliance area had visibly increased. Snipers hid in every corner of the city, and infantry patrolled the ground. The mutated humans with leashed mutant hounds searched the streets for anyone living that was not a Northern Alliance soldier. These mutant hounds and life signal detection devices were two of the nemesis of optical illusion and caused a lot of trouble for the guerrillas of the Hunter Corps. To be honest, I hate working with those green idiots. A bearded soldier said as he walked beside Shi Wenxiang. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. He happened to see a mutated human patrol squad. I always feel that they look at me as if they are looking at food. You'd better whisper. I heard that their hearing is good, said Shi Wenxiang, licking his lips, taking the cigarette from his comrade, and lighting one for himself. I really agree with you. But who cares? Anyway, as long as they can take down the hard-to-bite NAC for me. Just at this moment, a gunshot came from afar. Shi Wenxiang frowned, extinguished the cigarette he hadn't smoked, and stuffed it back into his pocket. In order to reduce the threat of NAC bombardment, the Northern Alliance area troops dispersed within the urban areas, and they hardly stayed in fixed locations for too long. This meant that they had a high probability of encountering NAC guerrillas. About a kilometer from here. A soldier who had been silent and squatting on the side of the road, abruptly said, "They are approaching, and there is also a vehicle." Everyone loaded their weapons and gathered in the direction of the Wanderer. Shi Wenxiang slammed his fist on the armor of the tank and said through the headset. "Get up, time to work." The tank responded with an engine start roar. The tank advanced 2 or 3 meters ahead and blocked the entrance of the road. Shi Wenxiang gestured to the soldier next to him and motioned for him to move to the side of the bunker and set up the light machine gun. The gunfire across the street gradually turned intensive, and Shi Wenxiang faintly felt something odd, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this moment, the screeching roar drifted from the mall in the street. A mutated human, full of blood, stumbled into the street. But he didn't even run 2 steps before he was shot by a bullet from behind. Using the electromagnetic pulse cannon, open fire on the first floor of the mall, Shi Wenxiang said calmly. Roger that. The tank turned its turret, and the rapid-fire electromagnetic pulse cannon next to the Type 52 particle cannon blasted out high-speed projectiles. The doors of the mall were broken into several pieces together with the walls. The gunfire in the mall was suppressed, but Shi Wenxiang had not yet had time to breathe before a wave of bullets arrived. It almost caught his team off guard. Retreating behind the tank, a sneer appeared on his face. He released the reconnaissance drone from his backpack, marking the NAC rifleman across the street through the tablet terminal. Fool! The Wanderer moved the turret slowly and pointed the cannon at the NAC soldiers. Any ground target, whether soft or hard, was a vulnerable paper tiger in front of the Wanderer. NAC didn't have any means to win a direct engagement against the Wanderer. Against absolute technological superiority, all so-called tactics were in vain. Shi Wenxiang firmly believed this. However, his despising sneer quickly froze. Directly behind the turret of the Wanderer tank, a peculiar-looking tank with a turret crashed through the wall and the daunting barrel was already pointed to his direction. A tank? How can there be a tank? NAC destroyed all bridges in the city. No armored units could pass through the ice. Neither the Northern Alliance area nor the defending NAC. Theoretically, that was the case, but he obviously did not consider NAC's airship. Hide! Shi Wenxiang pounced behind cover and roared at his comrades who leaned against the tank. He did not think that the tank without a turret could pose a threat to the Wanderer, but for the infantry, any armored units that steered were deadly threats. However, his blind confidence toward the Wanderer also did not last long. Blinding white light flashed, a ball-shaped lightning shell instantly printed itself onto the body of the Wanderer tank. Heavy armor played no effect at all. The over 10,000 degrees of high-temperature plasma melted through the armored shell instantly. The word fear was so deeply etched on his face that he forgot the sting in his eyes. Drones attached with muzzle rushed across the street like a tide, and the NAC soldiers hiding behind cover began to charge. Long Bowman Eyes coaxial machine guns suppressed them behind the bunker, and they couldn't even look up. Not to mention return fire at the attacking NAC. Shi Wenxiang never felt so much despair. "Captain, what are we going to do?" said a young man who was lying behind a concrete bunker and looked at him in horror. He took out the EMP grenade, but hesitated for a moment. Shi Wenxiang eventually put the EMP grenade back. Even the Type 52 particle cannon couldn't penetrate the armor of the Wanderer with only one strike. It was clear that NAC already mastered a directed energy weapon superior to the pre-war technology. When the Wanderer's armor was smashed through like paper, his desire to fight was lost. If they lost the armored advantage, with the supply disadvantage of the First Legion, there was no chance of winning. "Surrender, throw the rifle out of the bunker, and the pistol too." After saying the word out in humiliation, he threw away his dignity and tossed out his rifle. From the polar camouflage sleeves, he cut a white strip with his dagger and attached it on the rifle. After their leader surrendered, the soldiers behind the bunker did not have a look of despise at all. Instead, they were all relieved. They were not pack officers. They were not interested in the so-called orthodoxy. They followed the Northern Alliance area just to survive on the cruel wasteland. After the white flag was raised, the machine guns stopped shooting. NAC's soldiers did not give them trouble. They skillfully handcuffed them and handed them to mercenaries outside the war zone. The drone formation went into the building next to the street, and Longbow I returned to battle and continued to advance toward the hinterland of the occupied area with the infantry. Since they entered Wu City, they already destroyed 4 Wanderers. Counting the one that was blown up, only 8 Wanderers remained. And on the NAC side, 30 Longbow I were still unscathed. Although they didn't know how long the strategy of infantry attracts firepower, tank fire from the back, would last, they were certain about one thing. The offensive and defensive stance of both sides just suddenly reversed. In half a month's time, 30 tanks rolled off the production line. The 6th Street military factory managed to exceed their expectation. Jiang Chen provided the production-needed ores at market price to the 6th Street military factory. With the production line reaching its highest utilization rate possible, the support of industrial-grade 3D printers, the 6th Street's production capacity did not let Jiang Chen down and completed production tasks at an incredible pace. After longbow is were delivered to NAC's force, Han Junhua immediately changed her tactics. She used AS order to deploy all longbow behind the 1st Legion. With the cooperation of the Hunter Corps, it was a sharp knife that directly pierced into the belly of the 1st Legion. The tactic was a great gambit. Longbow I, as a new weapon, had not yet been tested by actual combat. And deploying a large number of armored units behind the enemy line was a risky option in itself. If used well, this knife could directly pierce the enemy's heart, but if not well used, this knife was likely to get stuck on the enemy's ribs. The absence of a turret meant that it must not stop moving. Once surrounded, the lack of anti-infantry weapons meant that it may be destroyed by anti-tank weapons or explosives. In addition to betting on the armored units, Han Junhua also devoted almost all the drones of the Second Army to this battle. Under the cover of the drone C, the assaulting longbow I was invincible. Although the EMP weapon caused significant damage to the drone, only a few drones near the center of impact crashed. Drones like pythons and hummingbirds were all been retrofitted to EMP weapons. With some distance, EMP only caused overheating of its internal circuits, making it stop for 2 or 3 seconds. Want to destroy all? Unless the enemy had stronger EMP grenades or other EMP weapons. However, that was almost impossible for the 1st Legion deprived of supplies. Boom! A particle shot pierced the NAC's drone group, and more than a dozen drones were melted into iron slag. While recharging the particle cannon, the Wanderer tank attempted to retreat into the building behind it. However, just as it had just slammed through the concrete wall, a bomb shattered the concrete wall that it was being used as a bunker. The bomb bounced off of the armor without any suspense. The Wanderer was moving its turret and aiming the particle cannon at the Tiger II. At this moment, however, a glaring white light melted through its armor, and the instantaneous release of the electric current turned all the members in the tank into char. The Northern Alliance soldiers who fought around the Wanderer tank watched in horror at the crippled tank. In their battle plan, there was simply no mention of what to do after the Wanderer tank is destroyed. NAC made a decision for them. The drone group flooded from the sides of the street, and the infantry unit that lost armor protection was just like salted fish on the cutting board. With a victory cheer, the NAC soldiers left cover and charged at the Northern Alliance. Longbow I pushed over the concrete wall in front of it and revealed its dominance in front of the Northern Alliance soldiers. Run! Someone shouted out in fear. Maybe it was just the fear for death. The Northern Alliance soldiers began to recede and left cover in a panic as they began to retreat. Machine guns were raging in the cold snow, and countless people fell in frozen pools of blood and were ran over by the merciless steel belts. This special force that appeared behind the Northern Alliance soldiers penetrated the hinterland of the enemy-controlled area with its unexpected offensive. At the same time, beside the Yangtze River bridge that broke into several pieces a few kilometers away, Hu Cheng's defense line received a command to counterattack 10 minutes later. At first he thought there was a problem with the command. However, after 7 minutes, dense rockets fell from the sky and landed on the opposite bank of the Yangtze River belonging to the Northern Alliance area. 3 minutes after the bombardment, the defense buildings were barely standing and the horn of counterattack rang. The assault began. Although Hu Cheng was more than unwilling, the command of the headquarters was absolute. Hu Cheng gritted his teeth, grabbed the rifle, climbed out of his bunker, used his roar to dispel all the fear in his chest and rushed toward the opposite line of defense. Charge! The light armor emerged from the trenches of the first line of defense and took the lead. Machine gun bullets fired from time to time through the explosion's smoke screen, but under the continued suppression of artillery bombardment, this symbolic firing was no longer a threat. The Northern Alliance, which had been on the offense, suddenly was caught off guard by the sudden counterattack. However, although they were unprepared, the soldiers of the Northern Alliance in the trenches did not panic, but were amazed by the NAC's offensive move. They believed that as soon as their Wanderer tanks arrived to the line of defense, they could immediately teach them a lesson. Not only that, but it was also an opportunity to conquer the line of defense that was in stalemate. However, the development of the situation was beyond the expectation of the soldiers of the Northern Alliance. The Wanderers' tanks didn't arrive, and reinforcements didn't arrive either. With artillery support, NAC's soldiers had only sacrificed a small amount of casualties before they easily crossed the frozen Yangtze River and engaged in battle with the soldiers hiding in the trenches. K. My ears. The explosion of artillery from afar stopped. Hu Cheng bore the sharp pain of his eardrum and jumped into the enemy's trench while carrying a rifle. Roar! There was a deep, short snarl, and a mutated hound, with one of its legs shredded by artillery, leaped at him. Without the slightest trepidation, Hu Cheng used his rifle to knock away its sharp teeth, took out the dagger on his waist, and slashed its abdomen into two parts. A bullet flew over his scalp, and he immediately rushed toward the side for cover and fired back at the Northern Alliance soldier. Unbelievable, I actually set foot in the enemy's trenches. While thinking about this shocking event, Hu Cheng killed the enemy soldier and leaned against the snow-covered wooden box. He gritted his teeth and loaded a new clip into his rifle, and then watched the time on his EP. It's time. Silently, Hu Cheng let go of his rifle and covered his ear. Boom! The second round of bombardment arrived on schedule and passed the first set of trenches, covering the second line of defense of the Northern Alliance. It duplicated the previous bombardment of the first line of defense. The soldiers of the Northern Alliance who retreated from the first line of defense were all swallowed by the flames of explosion. The soldiers hiding in the second line of defense could only tremble in the corner of the bunker under the deafening explosion. At the end of the shelling, Hu Cheng shook off the snow and mud from his body, grabbed the rifle next to him, and slowly climbed out of the trenches. The exploding black smoke covered the battlefield, and the sporadic fire could not be completely extinguished even by the heavy snow. Looking at the scene in front of him, none of fortifications was intact. The assault continued, and even the arrogant snoring of the mutated humans was stained with a hint of fear. The war was not over, but Hu Cheng, who had never seen the Wanderer from the beginning to the end, knew very well. They had already won the war. Staring at the wrecked line of defense on the holographic map, the Legion commander Fang Yuanhong's eyes widened in disbelief, and his face was no longer calm. His mouth was open, and his tightened fists trembled with fear while precious time passed without a single order given out. When NAC used an unknown energy weapon and destroyed half of the Wanderer tanks, he knew that he had already lost the war. The adjutant standing beside him said in a difficult tone, squeezing out the confusion from his throat he could not understand. How did they transport the tanks behind us? Fang Yuanhong did not answer. He just silently stared at the red dots on the holographic map. The gunfire outside the building gradually became clear. The battle was already approaching the headquarters. How many tanks are left? Only 2. Only 2. Yuan Fanghong's body trembled. Before he left, he swore to Commander Wei Bianbian of the Northern Alliance area that he would not only lead the First Legion in winning this war, but would also do his utmost to bring all these precious tanks back intact. Now, however, his adjutant told him that only 2 Wanderers were left. Bring me the Helmet Tribe leader. Not just Han Chong, I would like to reward them with the entire province of Suan. Fang Yuanhong fixed the hat on his head, hesitated for a moment, and finally took it off and left it at the table. The adjutant took a moment to process. He did not understand what the commander meant and subconsciously asked. And then? And then? Fang Yuanhong raised an eyebrow and looked at the adjutant, and then let them protect our retreat. The retreat of the First Legion was rather decisive, just like when they came. Since knowing that winning had become impossible, saving their power was the best option. The unexpected tactics of Northern Alliance area had made great advancement in the early stages, but with the extended range of the battlefield, the Northern Alliance area quickly realized the danger of NAC's tank without a turret. In addition, it was not just NAC that was equipped with drones. The 1st Legion was also equipped with a large number of drones, including attacking drones such as Pythons. However, in order to reduce the effectiveness of NAC's bombardment, their troops were more dispersed. The Hunter Corps and tanks formation penetrating from the north merged with the 2nd Army Infantry that crossed the Yangtze River near the train station. They were advancing toward the headquarters of the Northern Alliance area. In the final battle, NAC invested a total of 30 Longbow I, 20 Tigers II, 100 armored vehicles, and nearly 10,000 infantry. However, after the confluence of the main forces of the NAC, they did not encounter the Northern Alliance area, but engaged against an unusually excited mutated human army. Obviously, at the last moment, the Northern Alliance sold their teammates whose brain didn't work too well. Until the last mutated human soldier fell, they still firmly believed that Hongcheng and Suong province belonged to the Helmet tribe. The 1st Legion retreated decisively. The 2nd Army only symbolically chased. After determining that it was impossible to catch up, the force regrouped at Wu City and concentrated on clearing the mutated humans that were hiding in the streets and planning to fight against them till the last moment. The war lasted from morning until late the next day. When the victorious news transmitted to Fishbone Base and the 6th Street, the entire NAC cheered. The atmosphere of the festivities lingered on the streets of the 6th Street. The prices of beer and wine all skyrocketed. After the victory of the war, the NAC military government convened a high-level meeting to summarize the successes and failures of this war and began preparing for their next step. Apart from Jiang Chen, who attended the meeting, there were also heads of 3 army groups and other senior military officers, as well as ministers of various departments of the military government including Wang Qing and Lu Huasheng. As an interim commander who led the 2nd Army to victory, Han Junhua naturally became the 2nd protagonist at the conference table. However, she was unable to be present because she was still on the front line. She only participated in the conference through holograms. In summary of this battle, she put forward a very interesting word. Armored Spearhead and Drone Attack Group. Jiang Chen chewed on the 2 strange vocabularies and looked at her with intrigue. Can you explain it in detail? Han Junhua nodded, opened the holographic screen, and sketched with lines to show the tactical connotation of those words. The so-called Armored Spearhead and Drone Attack Group is the use of the most powerful aspect of armored units to form a spear to penetrate the enemy's defense line. In coordination with the Drone Attack Group, soft targets not targeted by armored units can be eliminated. Armored units' carrying capacity can be used as a carrier for large-scale drone terminals. At the same time, the maneuverability of drones also enables armored units to maximize their speed. After listening to Han Junhua's explanation, Jiang Chen realized the superiority of this tactic. With the cooperation of drones, tanks equipped with heavy firepower would move like swift lancers. They could constantly puncture the enemy's defense line during the campaign and move to the next combat position before the local infantry could surround them. Especially in the urban terrain where the advantages of drones could be fully utilized, the superiority of this tactic was self-evident. Jiang Chen silently memorized Han Junhua's word. Not only in the apocalypse, this advanced tactic would be effective in the modern world. After all, on the other side of the world, EMP weapons didn't reach a point where every soldier was equipped with EMP grenades. The combat effectiveness of drones could be maximized. Han Junhua continued to read the report and quickly reached the casualties figure. In the entire war, we lost a total of 14 Longbow I. Only 5 were destroyed by the anti-tank rockets, only 3 were destroyed by particle cannons of the Wanderer, 6 were due to technical malfunctions. So the captain of the tank was forced to abandon and destroy the vehicle. After all, the tanks were rushed off of the production line, so it was an understandable situation. However, the problem still must be solved. Jiang Chen looked to the Minister of Scientific Research and told him to send the issue back to Camp 27 to find out whether the problem was due to design or production. With the imminent crisis alleviated, there was now enough time to resolve these issues. There is another issue that we must place great importance on. It is the Type 52 particle cannon of the Northern Alliance. This particle cannon is the prototype of plasma weapons. We cannot unilaterally expect our enemies to remain stagnant. Now what we need to consider is how to defend against this kind of energy weapon. Here, Jiang Chen paused, looked at the Minister of Scientific Research and then said. The next key task of the Ministry of Scientific Research is to maintain its constant investment in space technology and appropriately shift its resources to shield technology. Armor thickness is meaningless against energy weapons, whether it is the Type 52 particulate cannon gun or our RK-1, both already proved this point. Now we have a sharp enough spear, we still need a matching shield. Although the war has never changed, the form of war has changed. The era of armor was justice, and caliber was truth already past. Regardless of how thick the armor, against energy weapons, it would only be a matter of time and power for the armor to disintegrate in front of the energy weapons. The technology the Pan-Asia cooperation could not complete before the war was finished by NAC. Next would be shield technology. As long as they understood how to turn the Holy Shield into a small-scale version, it shouldn't be hard to solve this problem. Shangjing, Ziyuan Road No. 27 was home to the largest gymnasium in Pan-Asia Corporation. Before the outbreak of the war, a grand football match was being held. Therefore, in the seats around the round stadium, there were still skeletons and rusted Coke cans. Just below the stadium sat Fallout Shelter 022, but the Fallout Shelter had long since been abandoned. It was the most pragmatic and diligent sectarian guardians of the Dusk Church that brought the Fallout Shelter back into the sun. Although they were followers, they were never constrained by the teachings and pursued absolute efficiency. It was because of this that they separated from the Bo-Yu-led Orthodox. Sometimes, I feel that the name Gravediggers is more suitable for us than the sectarian guardians. Lu Minghui took a flashlight, looked around, and followed the blood trails that have oxidized many years ago. Your statement is very vivid. The man smiled and said in a relaxed tone. But I will not approve of your proposal at the meeting. No matter what age, digging graves is not a popular career. Come on, I was just saying it as a joke. Walking in the rundown subway, behind the two, was a herd of double-headed cows carrying goods. These hard-working animals were one of the few mild mutants left on the wasteland. They could easily be tamed and could cross over terrains otherwise impassable by vehicles. And because of the reduced accumulation of toxins in the body, they were also one of the few meat sources on the wasteland, disregarding its dry taste. More than a dozen soldiers dressed in winter clothes walked around the consignment team. They vigilantly glanced at the shadows in the corners and scanned for possible zombies, mutants, or raiders. Although it was the usual route they took, no one dared to be off guard. Even if everyone alive exhausted all their fingers, it would still not be enough to count the survivors that died because of carelessness, many of which were also powerful lone travelers. Soon, they arrived at their destination, Shangjing Stadium Station. Passing through the ticket gate that was demolished, a team brought the double-headed cows to the exit and entered the second underground floor of the stadium. It was the stronghold of the sectarian guardians. Nearly 10,000 people lived there. The center of the stadium was transformed into a large plantation. The transparent graphene shield could block the snow and allow the sun to pass through. The fruit grown on the green field was the food source of this underground city. 2 sentries at the entrance came forward and immediately confirmed Lu Minghui's identity, then they took 2 steps back and saluted. Lu Minghui nodded, crossed the gate, and continued to walk forward. The man behind him stayed behind and took the team in another direction. In a place like a cow shed, a potbelly man stepped forward and rubbed his swollen eyes and took out a flat plate from his pocket. As a warehouse manager, his daily job was to count the materials that were shipped into the base. Hey, fat man, are you on duty today? Yes. My nose is almost falling off because of this damn weather, he mumbled and opened the leather buckle. Then, his hands suddenly froze. This is... The man called Fat Man was shocked. The two squinted eyes widened and looked like two green beans. A whole container of cocoa beans. I don't know exactly how many tons this is, but isn't it wonderful? Until a few days ago, I thought this was extinct from Earth. The man lit himself a poor-quality cigarette and patted the bulging package on the double-headed cow. Separate this and move it into the warehouse. Remember to keep it dry. Fat Man nodded quickly and asked the staff to unload the cocoa beans. Just bake it in a pan, add sugar, and boil it continuously. They could extract the cocoa liquid. With a little refinement, it could be used to make cocoa powder or chocolate. The end product would be luxury on the wasteland. Because of its easy-to-store nature, it could even be used as currency like canned food. And because of their high-calorie characteristics, they were much more valuable than canned food of equal weight. If the cocoa beans were converted to crystals, they would at least be worth millions. On the other hand, Lu Minghui, who walked deep into the basement of the gym, stopped and pulled out the data cable from his EP to access the port next to the door. After it was loaded on the screen, a gap appeared on the flat concrete wall and formed the tunnel. He walked into the tunnel. As he stepped in, the cold lights in the corners of the hallway lit up, dispelling the darkness in the corridor. He stopped in front of the door at the end of the hallway. With a short pause, he took a deep breath and reached for the door. Inside, his field of vision suddenly expanded. It was a circular meeting room that resembled a Roman religious court. There were about 50 dusk church seniors on both sides of the conference room. Judging from the packed room, this meeting has already been in session for a while. At the same time as the gate opened, everyone's focus shifted onto Lu Minghui. "You are late, Mr. Bishop," the old man sitting at the head of the table looked at his watch and softly said. There was some minor mishaps along the way. Lu Minghui walked to the middle of the round conference room and bowed at the elder. There were many bishops of the sectarian guardians, but only a few possessed actual power. The old man sitting in the head of the table was one of them. As the archbishop, he was in charge of all the decision-making power including finance and military. The old man nodded and did not pursue the reasons for his lateness. The dry lips slowly opened. "Start reporting." Lu Minghui slightly lowered his head and began reporting. "NAC has not taken a hostile approach to us despite the previous hostile relationship with the Orthodox led by Bo Yu. The covenant was agreed upon and Jiang Chen also liked the gift we offered. If the Holy Shield system is repaired, he promised to provide us with a sanctuary ground in Wanghai." People in the room whispered and exchanged some words. They were a little relieved. The old man sitting at the head of the table also nodded with approval. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with the good news brought by the bishop. Seeing it was the right atmosphere, Lu Minghui adjusted the tone, and then said. "As a gift, they gave us a container of cocoa beans." The discussion in the conference room came to an abrupt stop, and everyone's expression, including the old man's, froze. Everyone froze not because of embarrassment or anger, but because they were too shocked to react. A container? How big is a container? A container of cocoa beans? Not mutated fruits. Or bullet shell grain. Lu Minghui was not surprised by everyone's reaction. He already experienced this feeling back in Shanghai, and until the container was loaded onto the freighter, he still remained in shock. Looking at the seniors around the conference table, Lu Minghui looked at the old man sitting at the head and solemnly said. "The strength of NAC is far beyond our imagination. We must re-examine our relationship with them." The skinny index finger rubbed on the armrest and the old man was silent. Compared with the senior figures present, he was considering the deeper meaning behind the gift and the daunting power of the NAC. There was no goodwill on the wasteland. The only factor that allowed one to keep the other side calm was absolute power. A long time later, the cracked lips slowly said. "You're right." Lu Minghui let out a sigh of relief. A wise decision. When the war officially concluded, it was already the end of December. Other than the weather being colder and the snowfall being heavier, people didn't detect any difference associated with the seasonal change. After a war, although Second Army was at an advantageous position in the latter half of the war, the force still suffered a high casualty number, and most of the survivors were wounded and exhausted. According to the orders from the General Office, Second Army would be replaced with the Zhao Gang-led Third Army and to hand over the defense of Wu City. The replaced Second Army would go to Fishbone Base for reorganization. At the same time, the general would personally preside over the ceremony and reward the soldiers' meritorious service. Due to heavy snowfall, the road from Wanghai to Hongcheng was completely blocked off, and airships were the only transportation option between the two places. It wasn't until the end of December that the two armies completed the exchange of defense. Therefore, the ceremony was set on the eve before New Year's Eve. This ceremony, which symbolized glory and honor, also gave the 2019 New Year a special sense of delight. Granting Private First Class Hu Cheng the Knight Medal. A bright and rough voice reverberated throughout Fishbone Base Square. At the ceremony, Hu Cheng's face was flushed, and his chest was raised high. He saluted Jiang Chen. After General Jiang personally put on the medal for him, they shook hands. Then he took back a half step, and he took the uniform that symbolized a knight and a check with 1,000 credit in a wooden box. According to NAC's regulations, outstanding soldiers would be awarded the knight status, meaning he would be able to own a set of power armor and lead a 5-man platoon. He would also have the opportunity to transfer from the front line to the military government system as an official. Although General Jiang didn't say a word when they shook hands, Hu Cheng was shuddering in excitement. Shaking hands with the general who commanded the entire NAC and receiving his recognition was an absolute glory in itself. In the tavern, he drank with his comrades freely. Hu Cheng then dragged his drunk body and returned home at Fishbone Base. It was a simple apartment. From the coffee table covered with dust and the miscellaneous things stacked up around the house, he lived alone. But it didn't matter, he would soon receive a new place. Any person who received knight status has the right to own property in the Garden of Eden. It was a privilege that belonged to those who made outstanding contributions to the NAC. By the way, the function of the Garden of Eden was of course not just the unimaginably large CNC plantation towers. The living space that occupied 50% of the area was the main function of the garden. As a closed, independent biosphere unit, the pre-war scenery only existed in the Garden of Eden. There was no chilling blizzard, only eternal spring. He collapsed on his bed and his snores quickly filled the room. In his dream, he dreamed of his goddess. In his dream, she finally agreed to his proposal and was willing to be his wife. In his dream, he held her delicate hand and put a ring on her. In his dream, he was wearing the power armor and leading his platoon to insert the NAC flag among the ruins of the Northern Alliance area. He turned in his bed, and he was clearly drooling. No matter how unhappy his life once was, from tomorrow onward, his life would be completely different. After the end of the ceremony, Jiang Chen returned to the mansion with his exhausted body and threw the winter clothes on the hangers. He just sank into the sofa and didn't want to move a single inch. Although he didn't need to say a word, he maintained a stern expression for an entire afternoon, shook hands with more than 1,000 people, and knighted almost 100 people. All in all, it was extremely tiring. But he couldn't complain, the rules were set by himself. It was a way to show proper respect to the loyal soldiers and serve as repayment for the soldiers' expectations, so he had to stand there from start to finish. So thirsty, while he was debating whether he should go to the refrigerator to take a bottle of juice and continue to lie down, Yao Yao walked over with water with a fluttering skirt. Yao Yao gently put the cup closer to Jiang Chen's lips and carefully fed him the water. Although he had the strength to drink, looking at the thoughtful Yao Yao, Jiang Chen with lazy cancer suddenly didn't want to move and enjoyed the small Lolita's service. Looking at her beloved big brother's exhaustion, Yao Yao was distraught and pouted. She raised her hand and gently wiped Jiang Chen's mouth with her sleeve as she whispered. It must be tiring. It's tiring, said Jiang Chen. He tousled Yao Yao's fluffy hair. But thanks to Yao Yao, I'm much better now. Hee. With a lovely smile, Yao Yao with her hair tousled was like a little squirrel who just picked up a pine cone. Her happy expression cured all his fatigue. Even though he wasn't a lowly lover, it was difficult to resist her softness and gentleness, and an urge gushed from his chest to make her even happier. Speaking of it, has Sister Sun Jiao not come back yet? Sun Jiao and Xiaoro are still preparing for the New Year celebrations in the evening. The thought alone gave Jiang Chen a headache. Although there would be many fun shows and delicious food at the celebration, it meant he wouldn't be able to go to bed early. Looking at Jiang Chen's pained expression, Yao Yao sighed. Her expression was slightly depressed as she murmured. I'm sorry, Yao Yao is getting less and less useful. Big brother must think Yao Yao is useless. Jiang Chen stopped then laughed. How come? Oh, Yao Yao's computer technology hasn't come in handy for a long time. One hand picked up Yao Yao and put the frightened little animal on his lap. Jiang Chen gently patted her back and said softly, Yao Yao has helped me a lot even though Yao Yao doesn't even know it. Really? In Jiang Chen's arms, her big eyes gazed into his eyes. Responding to her eyes full of hope, Jiang Chen solemnly nodded, squeezed her little nose and smiled. Of course. Hee. Yao Yao smiled shyly and pressed her soft cheeks against Jiang Chen's chest to feel his warmth. The quiet atmosphere continued in the living room. Hiding behind the door, holding her favorite mango pudding in her hand, Lin silently closed the door. She planned to mock him for a bit then stuff the pudding his mouth, but someone seemed to be a step ahead. She was relieved. She didn't need to worry about something she wasn't good at. The girl comforted herself. Even with the strongest and fastest quantum supercomputing chip, she couldn't understand the inexplicable frustration in her chest. Leaning against the wall next to the door, Lin slid slowly to the floor. Hugging her legs and resting her chin on her knees, there was a hint of distress in her dichotomous eyes. She repeatedly murmured and buried her head in her knees. This idiot. The New Year's Day celebration was busy and joyful. The Garden of Eden too was nearing completion. The crops produced by the 2 CNC planting towers, combined with nutrient supply, were sufficient to meet the food needs of hundreds of thousands of people. With the increasing abundance of living supplies, the survivors' happiness index was gradually increasing. These were all intuitively reflected in the scale of festival celebrations. On the stage, a female singer who recently woke up from the hibernation chamber delivered a song of love and hope with her beautiful voice, kicking off the New Year's party. If this was 3 years ago, someone like her would definitely be the best-selling commodity in the slave market, a toy of the mercenary warlords. Now, however, NAC abolished the inefficient slave system and established a set of strictly enforced, blue skin protection laws, in its area of control. Although many people in the apocalypse looked down on people unaware of the cruelty of survival, these people from civilized society were valuable assets to Jiang Chen. If the fire of civilization couldn't be reignited, even with the restoration of the Holy Shield and reconstruction of high-rises in Wanghai, it would only be a facade of prosperity. After a round of applause, the stage curtain fell. Behind the stage, Lin Shi, in an elegant skirt, walked to Jiang Chen dressed up in a suit with a smirk. A very beautiful song, Miss Lin. He noticed Lin Shi, who was walking. Jiang Chen put his speech paper aside and smiled. Thank you, Mr. General, for your praise. The singer Lin Shi smiled and extended her graceful hand. Her fingers inadvertently swept his wrists. After the celebration, can I invite you to have a drink? Looking at the shimmering light in her eyes, Jiang Chen very sensitively read the implied meaning between her bright red lips. Slightly shaking his head, he politely refused the invitation. Maybe next time. He was extremely tired at the moment without any lustful thoughts. Not to mention. His desires in that aspect weren't as explicit as before. Lin Shi's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but of course, she wouldn't say anything with her identity. Still keeping a bright smile, she headed outside after chatting with Jiang Chen for a while. Not long afterward, Wang Qing and Sun Xiaoro pushed open the door and entered. They both examined Jiang Chen from head to toe and nodded in agreement. Wang Qing said concisely, "Perfect." Sun Xiaoro grinned and said, "More handsome." Jiang Chen, who didn't know how to answer, scratched his cheek and cleared his throat. He then stuffed the printed speech into his sleeve, and asked, "So, it's my turn." "Aha! You can do it." Sun Xiaoro patted Jiang Chen on the back. "Don't mess up from the very start. Am I that untrustworthy?" Jiang Chen glared at her, ignoring her innocent look. He took a deep breath and walked on stage. Beer, barbecue, and enjoyable shows. During the New Year's Day celebrations, the non-military facilities of the Fishbone base were open to outsiders. Not only the soldiers returning from the front lines gathered in the square, but there were also small vendors, survivors from the 6th Street, and lone travelers with NAC citizenship. All the people enjoyed the celebration on an equal basis without needing to pay for food. There was only one condition: they must not waste food. After 3 singing and dancing performances, the celebration welcomed the highlight of the day. The soft lights gradually became brighter, the atmosphere of joy in the square was unabated, and the noise gradually stopped. Even people who didn't care about the performances turned their attention to the stage and the big screen to watch Jiang Chen, the leader who led NAC toward prosperity. "I'm very happy to stand here and celebrate New Year with you. I am Jiang Chen. We've spent another year on this devastated land." His forceful tone spread to every corner of the base through speakers. People stared at him in fervor and watched the unbeaten general, offering him the highest respect. If there really was a God in the world, God must be very similar to him. To survivors on the wasteland, the person who could provide food was a well-deserved ruler. The person who could expel mutants and zombies was a well-deserved warrior. The person who could bring order to the wasteland, but also taking into account the first two, even if he wasn't a god, how was this person different from God? Standing in the crowd, Hu Cheng, who already became a knight, looked up at Jiang Chen on the stage. His throat was moving, unable to express his pride in his chest. At that moment, holding his arm and standing with him to share the celebration was his goddess. He still vividly remembered in the morning when he held a ring and proposed to her, she was that charming. Taking a swig of cold beer, a genuine smile appeared on Hu Cheng's face. He said while burping, "Yesterday, at that place, General Jiang personally put the medal on me." His girlfriend pouted, glared at him, and gently pinched his waist. "Why do I feel that you're more excited about that than when I agreed to become your girlfriend?" Hee hee. Hu Cheng smiled while scratching the back of his head. He quickly hugged his future wife and used sweet words to make her happy. Recognizing the work of all citizens of NAC, commending frontline soldiers for their hard work, and sending blessings to the soldiers of the Third Army who were unable to participate in the celebrations because of their position in Wu City. The speech from the general was already coming to an end. At the end of the speech, thunderous applause erupted the audience. Maintaining the proper attitude of the general, Jiang Chen nodded slightly and walked down the stage. In the preparation room, Sun Jiao was standing there, smiling. "How did I do?" "Pretty good, or rather, superb." Jiang Chen laughed, undid his tie, took off his extra thick suit, and took his winter clothes from the hanger. "It's finally over." Sun Jiao's expression was slightly solitary. "Ready to go back?" His hand on the button stopped, and after a moment of thought, Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Well, tomorrow is the battle conference against the Northern Alliance. I'll have to go back the day after tomorrow." He was supposed to go back in the middle of December when the space elevator was completed. However, no one expected that the battle in Wu City would be in a stalemate. If it weren't for magnetic confinement technology breakthroughs and the PR-1 plasma cannon, this war would likely have remained in a stalemate. Sun Jiao didn't say anything. She stepped forward and kissed him. "I'll wait for you to come back." Jiang Chen held her hand tightly and whispered, "Thank you." As long as the weather was good enough, even in New Guinea hundreds of kilometers away, the giant tower piercing the sky was visible. No one knew what it was like it appeared overnight, grew to the Earth's center continuously day till night, and finally landed on the horizon. From afar, it looked like a single strand of hair. Only high-powered telescopes could make out the surface of the tower. On the southernmost island of Xian, Ange Island, it was possible to catch a glimpse of this magnificent tower even with the naked eye. It was precisely because of this that many aerospace and alien enthusiasts came to Xian from all around the world to see this incredible spectacle. Yes, only the term spectacle could describe this magnificent project that connected heaven and earth. "Dad! What is that?" Standing on a beach on Ange Island, a little boy pointed to the distant white line connecting the heavens. "It's an elevator." Looking at the space elevator in the distance, the man in beach trunks showed a fascinated expression. "An elevator? Where does this elevator go?" The little boy looked at his father and asked in confusion. "Space." The man tousled the boy's hair. "When Daddy was a kid, going to space required very, very strong rockets. The rockets needed to be ignited from the back. Now, using an elevator is enough." "Space? Will I have a chance to go?" The boy's eyes flashed with hope as he looked at his father. "Of course. Not only space, but you will be able to go to places even further." The man smiled and looked at the clouds pierced by the space elevator. "My child, you're lucky you live in good times." The sea near the space elevator was assigned as a military-restricted area by celestial trade. The frigate modified with a Type 50J electromagnetic pulse cannon cruised the area, and with the help of the maritime police, it drove away ships entering the area. The offshore platforms equipped with laser air defense systems were deployed in the sea 2 kilometers away from the space elevator to prevent missiles or aircraft that might pose a threat. Under the narrow space elevator was a connected cuboid several kilometers long and wide that floated above the sea. As the base station for the space elevator, it could dock freighters with displacements of up to 10,000 tons. The runway next to it also allowed civilian airliners to land. The space elevator completed currently had 6 passenger transport channels on the inside and 6 freight lanes on the outside. A vertical upwards carriage was placed in the passenger passage, and a single carriage carried 60 to 80 passengers, using the principle of electromagnetic drive. The entire carriage was like a projectile of an electromagnetic gun, accelerated on a powered rail. As for the freight passage, the principle was similar to a passenger passage, but because the cargo was being transported, the acceleration of the carriage was more than the 10 g-force limit, and the vertical speed also approached the first cosmic velocity. Each freight car could push 50 tons of cargo to the synchronous orbit, equivalent to 2 Long March 5 rockets. As for the cost of transportation per ton of cargo, it was exponentially lower than SpaceX's Falcon series rockets. The nations around the world seemed to know about this giant tower that connected outer space with Earth, but they all kept silent. They believed that even if they didn't say anything, Future Group would soon disclose this secret. They were waiting for Future Group to speak first, then based on the chips in their hands, they would put forward their own proposals. Compared to the silence of world governments, the internet exploded. Space elevator. This concept that originally existed only in fantasy literature and films actually became a reality through the hands of Future Group. What completely ignited public frenzy was a video uploaded by a newly registered user to YouTube. In the video footage, celestial trade employees operated engineering vehicles, loaded unknown cargo into the containers of the space elevator, and sent them to space. The video was clear and edited. This anonymous user seemed likely one of the internal personnel of celestial trade, or the video was released under Celestial Trade's guidance. Regardless of the purpose of this video, it caused a stir. Not to mention on other network platforms, but just in the comments section, netizens used their own language to express their shock. My God, I can witness humanity's leap to the interstellar era in my lifetime. That's far-fetched. It's just an elevator. Without warp engines being built, would you dare to call it the interstellar era? It's just an elevator. Stop talking. Take some medicine first. I heard Nippon's Daelim Construction Company plans to start construction of a space elevator in 2050. I wonder what they think now. Not only did netizens discuss spontaneously, but major newspapers, television, and online media also reported on the Century Project of Future Group. The breakthrough in graphene technology has foreshadowed the completion of today's space elevator. The height of 36,000 kilometers will surpass any building in the world and will exceed any building in the next 50 years. We should reflect on this when we try to build taller buildings and make buildings more expensive to the point where most people cannot afford them. A small country far away in the Pacific Ocean has already reached out to a place we could only hope to reach. BBC News. The contradiction of the rocket is that most of the rocket's fuel is consumed to transport the fuel itself. The space elevator can rely on electricity to deliver the things we need to push to the geosynchronous orbit. Peter, president of the International Space Elevator Association, believes that space elevators are an amazing technology that allow us to open the door to the solar system. We all thought he was being eccentric years ago, but now I'm afraid no one will doubt this point. Columbia Radio. Behind this great project is a very creative entrepreneur. His contribution to modern civilization far outweighs the contributions of Jobs and Gates because he has had a staggering amount of involvement in many fields. This great entrepreneur was born in the Jiangnan area of our country, in a small county called Hucheng. What kind of living environment gave birth to such a genius? Let us walk into this small county and explore the school he went to, People's Daily. Flipping through the newspaper in his hands, Jiang Chen suddenly started chuckling. Aisha walked toward him with coffee and gently placed a mug on the table. She gazed at the chuckling Jiang Chen with confusion. Did something good happen? Somewhat. Jiang Chen shook his head and tossed the newspaper aside. As an official media outlet, People's Daily also reflected the Hua government to a certain extent. Over the past few days, People's Daily had been doing its utmost to create an image as an outstanding young man who stepped out from Hua to the world and glorified the country. Although he was happy to see someone flattering him, he had to think about the deeper meaning behind it. I hope in a week at the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, they'll be on our side. Jiang Chen lifted his coffee and took a sip. There was no doubt that the space elevator would certainly be the focus of this UN summit. What actions the Big Five would make on this issue was also a question Future Group had to pay attention to. If nothing else, Hua and Russia should send people to contact him in private. The UA should send people too. Britain, which separated from Europe, should also be in the play. As for the European Union, it might be more reserved. After all, the relationship between Future Group and the European Union remained in a delicate situation. Regardless of the decision of the UN at the summit, Celestial Trade's plan wouldn't change. The second day after the end of the summit, the space elevator would officially be open for traffic from the offshore platform to the orbital space station, Celestial City. And they plan to send people, not cargo. Moscow, Kremlin. There was a conference being specifically held on the space elevator built in the territorial waters of Xi'an. Yesterday, Celestial Trade sold us the RM-320 rocket engine promised to us. Reverse engineering has started. Within 1 year at most, the new rocket engine will replace the old engine. We will take 1 year to surpass the gap the UA took decades to maintain. Unfortunately, when Celestial Trade handed this sword to us, they also pulled down the curtain of the entire stage. Whether it's economics, politics, culture, or military, everything tomorrow will be different from today since it's unknown there, and unknown means infinite. Here, the director of the Russian Space Agency, Oleg Aosta, lowered his eyes and stated the facts in an artistic way. He looked at the members of the Russian Federation Committee present there, as well as the person sitting at the head of the table, President Putin. After a pause, Oleg continued. Guys, the old era is over. Taking a deep breath, the Minister of Defense looked at Putin, who was silent. He murmured, if the space elevator can send tons of supplies to outer space, then the Space Defense Force we're most proud of will be a joke. Putin tilted his head slightly. Fortunately, our relationship with them is good. That's the case, but we cannot place all our hopes on good diplomatic relations, the Minister of Defense said with his voice lowered. He continued to whisper, the United Nations will discuss the safety and reasonable use of the space elevator. I am very much in favor of maintaining good bilateral relations with Xi'an, but only an alliance with matching strength is in line with our interests. Is it appropriate to weaken them? Putin lifted his hand and interrupted the statement made by the Minister of Defense. If the United Nations is destined to become history, then what significance does it have for us to make things difficult for them at the United Nations? In the Congress building in the faraway capital, a special hearing was also being held. At the meeting, with Congress members, experts, and scholars present, the director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Charles Bolden, read the manuscript in his hand. Although Congress has been trying to reduce our budget, we will still use a limited budget to advance the space program step by step. The results achieved over the past decades have been great, shockingly great. We haven't only focused on the privatization of the space industry. Even the seemingly loss-making Facet project finally achieved profitability. Yes, we've lead before. Mr. Bolden paused there and scanned the members in the hearing. We once convinced the world that the Statue of Liberty was the future. The Congress Budget Committee members who aggressively reduced NASA's budget in the past all looked defeated. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to make eye contact with the old man. Secretary of State Kerry coughed. This is the Congress hearing, not federal court. What we should discuss now isn't determining who is accountable but how to deal with it. I didn't mean to determine who's accountable, Mr. Kerry. Mr. Bolden looked at Kerry. But I must remind you that we shouldn't make the same mistake again on the same issue. Your opinion is? Hill asked, sitting in the hearing. Increase NASA's budget. We must immediately begin research on space elevator technology. Compared to Hua and Russia, we have a unique advantage in global influence. We can replicate a space elevator in the Atlantic Ocean. How much money do you need? Hill looked at Bolden and asked earnestly, I mean, from research and development to completion. Bolden directly turned the manuscript to the last page, sniffed, and said quickly, if we can get technical support from Future Group, the investment budget will be about $20 billion to $40 billion. If we start from research and development, NASA needs $200 billion and construction will start in 2030 at the latest. The hearing members present all stared at each other and the experts' expressions weren't the most pleasant. Hill and Kerry exchanged looks and saw the obvious disappointment in each other's eyes. Help? How could UA get help from Future Group? If this technology was mastered by more than two companies, then they would, of course, try to sell their own technology in order to obtain a space elevator order from the UA government. However, there was only one company who mastered the space elevator technology now. What could be more profitable than a monopoly? As for the $200 billion budget application, disregarding the fact that Hill wouldn't give the nod of approval, but the budget committee at the hearing would directly shoot down the project. $200 billion. God, this money is enough for us to create 2 aircraft carrier battle groups. Sure enough, Hill didn't even speak before an opposition member said in a mocking tone, unless Hua continues to lend us money, where would this money come from? Do you expect taxpayers to pay for this whimsical project? It wasn't a whimsical project. Someone had secretly completed it already. Bolden just wanted to say this before an expert in the space field who was neutral said, the UA also has a large number of private aerospace companies. We've proved the enthusiasm and innovation of private enterprises in half a century. Rather than arguing here about an unsolvable problem, why not ask for SpaceX's opinion? Bolden's face was a bit ugly. Ask for SpaceX's opinion. What do you think SpaceX is? A magic conch shell, one. Long before the hearing began, he had already spoken with SpaceX's founder, Elon Musk, to ask about the feasibility of building UA's own space elevator. However, Elon Musk's response was that he felt deeply powerless. According to information released by Celestial Trade, if the UA wanted to build a similar space elevator, it must begin with the most basic elevator materials. 200 billion. What was presented to the Budget Committee had always been conservative estimates. After the hearing was over, Kerry walked with Hill side by side. On the way, the two spoke about the problem of the space elevator without reaching a resolution. He doesn't care that Xi'an has a breakthrough in aerospace technology compared to the UA. He only cares about NASA's budget. You're an expert on international issues, Mr. Kerry. I want to hear your opinion, Hill said with no expression. Lowering his voice, Kerry said seriously, we can use the United Nations to put pressure on Xi'an. This is a big cake. Russia and Hua shouldn't give up sharing a piece of the cake on the space elevator. As long as we make slight concessions on the cake, they'll agree to our joint efforts to pressure celestial trade. The outer space belongs to all of mankind, and a worldly elevator project is supposed to be shared by all mankind. Although it was called an elevator, the base of this elevator was much wider than a high-rise. However, with a length of more than 30,000 kilometers, the vertically suspended elevator was just like a noodle. Traveling with Celestial Trade's frigate, Jiang Chen boarded the base station of the space elevator. Shortly after he boarded, a group of people walked in his direction. We succeeded. When Jiang Chen first saw Kelvin when he returned to the modern world, the arrogant middle-aged man was as excited as a child, holding his hand and not letting go. Jiang Chen, on the contrary, seemed calmer. Compared with the excitement of witnessing the birth of a spectacle, the excitement of leaving his name in history, he felt this was a wish coming true and he felt relieved for the distant future. Yes, we succeeded. After letting go of Kelvin's hand, Jiang Chen looked up at the space elevator and suddenly gazed at the technical director who was standing next to Kelvin. If I want to engrave a line at the bottom of the space elevator, what kind of pen should I use? The technical director took a moment to process this, then said, the laser welding torch should be good. Help me get the laser welding torch. Although he didn't know what the president was doing, the technical director eyed the engineer next to them. Soon, a 5-pound laser torch was handed to Jiang Chen. After he took it in his hand, he waited to test its feel. Kelvin and the technical director were impressed by the scene. To be able to hold a 5 or 6-pound welding torch in his hand like this, the president's strength was much greater than they thought. Standing next to the space elevator, Jiang Chen pressed the switch of the welding torch and engraved a line of words on the titanium shell. Taking 2 steps back, Jiang Chen looked at the line he engraved and nodded with satisfaction. I know we can solve the next problem because we've already solved all the problems that existed before. Kelvin read the sentence with a perplexed expression, he then looked at Jiang Chen, is there any deeper meaning to this sentence? There's none. This is just for memory's sake. Jiang Chen laughed, turned off the welding torch, and threw the welding torch back to the engineer. Take me to see the inside of the elevator. Walking into the interior of the space elevator, Jiang Chen used the engineering holographic concept blueprint displayed by Kelvin to view a panorama of the entire space elevator track and its operating mechanism. There was a total of 6 passenger tracks, 3 of which were upwards and 3 were downwards. The carriages changed tracks after reaching the terminal. Because of the one-way unidirectional design, multiple carriages could travel at the same speed on one track. It was foreseeable that space activities would surely be quite frequent in the distant future. People could take space elevators to outer space, and the elevators could even be as convenient as high-speed trains today. The kind of design took traffic congestion in the future into consideration. After the visit, Jiang Chen enjoyed lunch with the senior officials of the Space Launch Center in the cafeteria of the offshore platform. At the dinner table, Jiang Chen asked Kelvin about the progress of the asteroid capture project. The work of landing and weaving the nets went very smoothly, but the progress of the orbital change work is slower than expected. Kelvin put his fork down and said bleakly, although the supercomputing center calculated the orbit of the asteroid, maintaining the speed and orbit of the asteroid at the same time still remains difficult with our current technical means. Each acceleration of the rocket is quite critical. With even one wrong step, everything has to be recalculated. And Bennu didn't leave us with too much. In the middle of January, the asteroid will be farther and farther away from us. If we want to catch it again, we have to wait 6 years, the project lead next to Kelvin interrupted. Jiang Chen expected many difficulties with this project. He was able to bring back advanced technical data from the apocalypse, but he couldn't help these scientists digest these century-defining technologies. Even in the 22nd century, asteroid mining was a frontier discipline. Deploy explosives on the asteroid to ensure that if it suddenly loses control, we can at least blow it up before it enters the atmosphere. We're already doing that, Kelvin said earnestly. We deployed 2.5 tons of TNT-equivalent explosives on the Bennu asteroid. If there are any errors in the orbit change and the rocket thruster won't have enough fuel to force it to leave the gravitational pull of Earth, we can detonate it into meteorite fragments as it approaches the dissipative layer. After lunch, Jiang Chen arrived at the Space Launch Center along with Kelvin. The launch site originally used to launch rockets was idle after the completion of the space elevator. Transport ships between Earth and Moon were already designed and were now in the experimental phase. Currently, to send supplies to the lunar colony, Celestial Trade's No. 4 second stage rocket would be sent to the geosynchronous orbit with the space elevator before it would accelerate toward the Moon. Since the first stage rocket and the fuel used to travel into outer space would be preserved, the cost of returning to the Moon would be cut by 60%. Celestial Trade was studying the feasibility of expanding the scale of the lunar colony. If the plan was finally put into action, Celestial Trade planned to send 100 more colonists to the Moon. When Jiang Chen inspected the colonial base of the Moon, his wristwatch began to buzz. He picked up the phone and Xia Shiyu's voice entered his ear. Our guests are here. Oh. Are they from Hua or Russia? Or are they from the capital? Jiang Chen asked pleasantly. It's our guests from Hua. They've already landed. The Minister of Commerce and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have already gone to the airport. The purpose of the other party is very clear, they want to talk to us about the space elevator. Jiang Chen opened a holographic screen and looked at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Since they came from a long way away, let them rest for a day. Did they make arrangements? They've already booked rooms at the heart of the sea and are now on their way to the hotel, Xia Shiyu replied. Sounds good. After finishing, Jiang Chen hung up the phone and set his sights on Kelvin. Has the nuclear fusion generators been sent to the lunar colony? Yes, they're in the newly built power station. One of the nuclear fusion generators has already been put into use, replacing solar energy to supply power to the lunar colony. To meet the needs of nuclear power plants, we need to build a heavy water plant to produce the deuterium needed for fusion reactions. Let's set this aside for now. I need you to prepare a report for me before tomorrow afternoon. Report? What report? Kelvin looked at Jiang Chen with confusion. The transportation costs of using the space elevator. I need you and your team to make an accurate assessment. We'll use it in tomorrow's negotiations. Although their relationship was confirmed for quite some time, Xia Shiyu was still very resistant to the idea of sleeping together. This made Jiang Chen somewhat depressed since she was so open that night. Aisha once asked Jiang Chen seriously if she should use force like last time. Well, Jiang Chen admitted it was a very attractive proposal, but he still reluctantly rejected Aisha's tempting offer. It was bad to force things, and he wasn't sure whether this would generate some resentfulness from Xia Xiyu. Not everyone enjoyed being the masochist. In the evening, when Jiang Chen returned home, it was almost 12 o'clock. After taking a shower and drying his hair, when he walked to the corridor on the second floor, he suddenly stopped and his eyes lingered on the bedroom door. Whose bedroom should I go to tonight? While immersed in his thoughts, Jiang Chen was already in front of Xia Xiyu's door. Reaching for the door handle, he found that the door was locked. Jiang Chen didn't expect this. Is she tired? Whispered, Jiang Chen went to Aisha's room instead. The door wasn't locked. Or rather, he just gently pushed on the door before the door sprung open. From the concave part of the bedding, Aisha was already asleep. A smirk appeared on Jiang Chen's lips as he quietly snuck to the bedside. The room was silent. Moonlight scattered through the window into the room and dyed her adorable face with a touch of serenity. She sniffed her nose slightly, and her soft lips opened and closed with rhythmic breaths. Looking at such a lovely face, a natural desire to protect her arose from his heart. Jiang Chen's lust subsided slightly. Forget it, I'll be more gentle today. Gently opening the corner of the quilt, Jiang Chen lay next to Aisha. Originally, he intended to sleep like that, but when he got into bed, Aisha, who was sleeping, murmured and hugged him like a sloth. Pressed by her softness on his arm, Jiang Chen suddenly didn't feel sleepy at all. The desire that lay in his abdomen was reignited like fire splashed with gasoline. Is he still not back? Yawning, Xia Xiyu hid half her face in the quilt and peeked at the clock on the wall. In Jiang Chen's absence, she already reached a sharing agreement with Aisha. Although it was strange to use the contractual spirit in this aspect, it seemed to be the best way to avoid conflict when there was no better solution. As for the future, she didn't want to consider this issue. However, as her thoughts ran wild and she watched the passage of time, Jiang Chen still hadn't returned. After waiting for so long, she couldn't help but feel somewhat flustered and her mouth covered by the quilt pouted. She had prepared for so long. Just like this, with anxious thoughts, Xia Xiyu couldn't resist the heavy fatigue and finally closed her heavy eyelids at 2 o'clock in the morning. This guy, how come he hasn't come back yet? She muttered. Her hands holding onto the quilt slowly relaxed. Uniform breaths wafted from underneath and she gradually drifted away into the long night. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen stretched and rubbed his sleepy eyes as he got up from the bed. He examined the messy bedding and a smirk appeared on his face. He got off the bed feeling refreshed and put on some clothes to go to the bathroom. After washing up, Jiang Chen encountered Xia Xiyu, who was eating breakfast in the dining room. What surprised Jiang Chen was that she slept so early, but she had dark circles under her eyelids. Did you stay up late to play with your phone? Carrying a plate and sitting next to Xia Xiyu, Jiang Chen asked. Xia Xiyu gave him a dirty stare, turned her head around, and left a humph. Jiang Chen stared at the back of her head, completely unaware of the reason. Looking at the two people next to her, Aisha couldn't stop giggling. Although it was a completely unexpected accident last night, she clearly knew why Xia Xiyu was sullen. Sure enough, in order to avoid such accidents, it was better to tell him about the timetable she discussed with her sister. With this in mind, Aisha already quietly sold out Xia Xiyu, who strongly urged her not to tell Jiang Chen about the shameful agreement. It was to avoid accidents like last night, Aisha convinced herself. The heart of the sea megastructure consisted of shopping, dining, accommodations, and entertainment, just like its name. This landmark building on Coral Island's coast was like a pearl in the western Pacific Ocean. Since its completion, it had been filled with people. In the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, a serious, old-fashioned, white-haired old man repeatedly flipped through a document in his hands. Right then, the door was pushed open and a woman about 20 years old entered the room. She walked to the old man's side and curiously looked at his document. "Grandpa, don't sleep so late. What are you looking at?" "I couldn't sleep." Yi Qinghua sighed and put the document on the table. "We missed out on a talent we absolutely shouldn't have missed out. For so many years. Since your grandmother left, I've never been so remorseful about something." He was reading through Jiang Chen's file. This file recorded everything from birth, admission and graduation from Wanhai University. Regardless how he examined the file, he was just an ordinary young man. The type who wouldn't stand out in a crowd. One day in the late summer of 2015, he registered a technology company in Wanhai. His Future Technology, which eventually became Future Group and took the world by storm. If the Wang family plotted against Future Technology, the Yi family could have given him a hand. Shaking his head, Yi Qinghua didn't think about these unrealistic ifs. He must now organize his thoughts. There was an important negotiation waiting for him in the afternoon. Not only Hua, but the UA, Russia, Britain, and France were all staring at the space elevator. The reality of being able to send people up to space for a few XI in new dollars wasn't just as simple as saving a couple million in economic value. Regardless how reluctant the countries were to admit it, this young man under 30 had already started a new era. Standing next to the old man, Yi Yunfei disagreed. She only glanced at the photos on the documents before she was no longer interested. At the age of 17, most people were in high school and worried about which university to attend. She had already completed a degree in economics and management at Harvard University and began her postgraduate studies in economics and management. 2 years later, when her country's peers were still in their first year of military training, she was already preparing to pursue a master's degree at Harvard. She didn't excuse herself from hard work because she was born into a good family. Yi Yunfei was a model among the new generation of the powerful families. In her view, the success of Future Group definitely wasn't his work alone. This person was just lucky. She was even confident that if she was in the same position, she would do even better. There was slight dissatisfaction in her mind and she accidentally let it slip out through her murmur. "What kind of attitude is this? He left us dry for a day." As soon as her voice fell, a fierce gaze stared at her which made her immediately shut up. Although Grandpa was always kind, she knew how scary this gentle old man was when he was furious. "The conference is crucial to the Yi family and more important to the Republic. Commander trusts this old bone and sent me here. I know you have your arrogance. You look down on the new money, and you aren't convinced of what he achieved. But I'm telling you now, no matter how unconvinced you are, hold it in," Yi Qinghua said while raising his voice. Yi Yunfei lowered her head, but she was pouting. Seeing that his granddaughter did not respond, Yi Qinghua persisted. "Do you hear me?" Yes, as if she just experienced all the wrongs in the world, Yi Yunfei reluctantly squeezed the word out of her mouth. However, in her mind, her impression of Jiang Chen, who she had never met before, was even worse. Him. Just a bastard who got lucky. Let me bow. Who does he think he is? In the morning, Jiang Chen came the head of the military, Ivan, at the New Moon Islands military base. They chatted about the establishment of a space defense force. Establish a space defense force? The fresh vocabulary made Ivan slightly confused as he spoke out subconsciously, "What's that?" Literally what it means. It might be changed to another name in the future, but for now, we can call it by this name, Jiang Chen said. But who can we defend against? Even if the UA is our imaginary enemy, our missiles that cover the entire UA would be enough to make them cautious, said Ivan. The significance of setting up such a force is exactly that. Our space defense force can be deployed in any area of the globe in just a few hours. Traditional air defense weapons will be meaningless against attacks from the orbit. It won't just make them cautious, but it will stop them from having ill intentions in the first place. Having said that, Jiang Chen looked at the stunned Ivan. What do you think? Are you interested in witnessing this day? Hiding his look of shock, Ivan took a deep breath and looked solemnly at Jiang Chen. Of course. I look forward to seeing the UA hegemony fall in your hands. Former Soviet soldiers, Ukrainian-born Ivan, had reason to hate anyone who used conspiracies to destroy his country. Although most of his hatred had already faded with age, his heart which was eager to witness the fall of the UA still remained to this day. Jiang Chen nodded. Celestial Trade Space Defense Forces, the name Defense Force, is not the true intention, and I need you to build an outright attack force. Space-based weapons, orbital airborne troops, and laser array defense systems in the atmosphere. This is the blueprint for the construction of our army. The Space Defense Forces plan will be Celestial Trade's top secret. In addition to the orbital airborne troops, all other sub-projects will be conducted in secret. I understand. Ivan nodded cautiously. Once such a plan was made public, it would inevitably cause joint opposition from the countries all over the world. Even former allies and friends of the same cultural circle wouldn't hesitate to stand on the opposite side of XIN and try every possible means to obstruct the implementation of the plan. The use of outer space for military purposes had always been forbidden for the international community. Even when the UA was trying to implement a space-based weapons program, it also received considerable resistance domestically and internationally. No one wanted others to extend the sword of Damocles above their heads, it would make everyone uneasy. If everything was already a reality, even if all nations strongly opposed it, they would have no alternative, and XIN would have enough strength to go down that path. It'll take a long time to complete the entire project. I'm not rushing you to make it an immediate success. I would rather you be slow and make the entire plan foolproof before you start to implement it. Here, Jiang Chen paused then said, we can start with high orbital airborne troops. Although we're confident they will be far more powerful than missiles, soldiers aren't missiles after all, and they shouldn't incite any objections from any countries. Although it doesn't rule out the possibility that some people will use this as an issue to attack, using this force to test the bottom line of the international community is a prudent and appropriate choice. Leave this to me. However, to form this force, we need help from the Space Launch Center. Although Ivan was the CEO of Celestial Trade, his power was essentially limited to Celestial Trade's military decisions. He couldn't even intervene with the logistics as it was Barkari who handled this aspect. Clear responsibilities not only helped increase loyalty but it also strengthened the combat effectiveness of the military. Only when all people were in positions they were best at could the effectiveness of the group be maximized. In terms of loyalty, Jiang Chen didn't just depend on slavery chips or his personality. Only an efficient and strictly enforced system could ensure the long-term stable operations of an organization. I will explain to Kelvin that the establishment of a space defense force and the Space Launch Center's interstellar colonization plan won't conflict, said Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't stay on New Moon Island for a long time after he delegated the establishment of the Space Defense Force. There was also a meeting with Han representatives in the afternoon. He had to go back and prepare in the meantime. An important person was coming to Koro Island on this visit. Not only did he visit foreign countries with top figures, but he also shook hands with famous individuals like Wallace. Lu Xianghua only revealed 3 words to him, Jiangnan Yi family, and he didn't say anything else. The Yi family also prospered from the Hongqing region and was very close to his hometown, Hucheng. Jiang Chen had heard of the Yi family, but that was all he knew. He knew they were very powerful in the Jiangnan area, but he didn't know the specifics of their influence. After all, his height determined his vision. When he stood in a high enough position, his ability was enough to allow him to ignore everything he had ever looked up to. The fact, this time, Hua sent the Yi family's head, a prominent central figure almost ready to retire, in an attempt to woo him. The Yi family were prominent members of Jiangnan. If Jiang Chen was reminiscent for the past, maybe the emotional card could work wonders. In Future Building's meeting room, Jiang Chen met the white-haired old man. Dressed in a plain Chinese suit, his back was straight and posture was resolute. Although he looked well over his 60s, he was healthy. A half-step behind him was a young and beautiful woman with little makeup on her elegant face. A fitted suit couldn't hide her beautiful appearance. She must have received higher education as the black-framed glasses cast an intelligent vibe. Her gracefulness was something absolutely impossible for the average person to imitate. Mr. Jiang is an imposing figure, so young, yet so accomplished. You're a model for young talent in the Jiangnan region. After seeing Jiang Chen, Elder Yi smiled and wasn't stingy with his compliments. Elder Yi is flattering me. Jiang Chen humbly gestured, then he looked at the woman behind him. This is my assistant and also my granddaughter, Elder Yi said with a smile, introducing the woman standing a half-step behind him. Yunfei, introduce yourself. Because of the private nature of the meeting, Hua didn't issue any documents for diplomatic visits. Instead, Lu Xianghua and one of the biggest names notified Jiang Chen separately. Elder Yi visited Jiang Chen for private reasons, so he wasn't so rigid and directly stated that his assistant was his granddaughter. Yi Yunfei walked forward and extended her graceful hand. Yi Yunfei, the second granddaughter. Mr. Jiang Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. In the same way, Jiang Chen smiled in a friendly way and nodded in response. I'm Jiang Chen, a businessman. Yi Yunfei gently gripped Jiang Chen's hand and released it right away before she took a step back. For some reason, it was only their first encounter, but Jiang Chen felt she was very cold to him. Or rather, she seemed to dislike him. However, Jiang Chen didn't take this kind of trifle to heart because this negotiation could even change the tide of the global. For this important occasion, any single individual was insignificant. Not Yi Yunfei, not her grandfather, or even the important figure who signaled her grandfather to visit, they were all irrelevant. It was the same for Jiang Chen. Not a chance, huh, Mr. Jiang is quite comical. Elder Yi chuckled. If Mr. Jiang is just a businessman, what are the tens of thousands of businessmen around the world? Jiang Chen smiled and didn't continue on this topic. He raised his hand slightly and invited Elder Yi to sit. It's not appropriate to stand and talk. Please take a seat, Elder Yi. The trio sat down in the parlor room. The waiter poured tea for Jiang Chen, Elder Yi, and Yi Yunfei then stepped to the side respectfully. Yi Yunfei took out a notebook and a pen from her briefcase and prepared for the recording of minutes. Seeing Jiang Chen sitting there alone, Elder Yi was slightly surprised. Although it was a private visit, the things to be discussed later would be related to cooperation between the two countries. Jiang Chen's attitude was still too informal. Out of good intentions, Elder Yi reminded him, Mr. Jiang doesn't need an assistant to record conference transcripts. My assistant is already here, Jiang Chen said in a relaxed tone and tapped the wristwatch on his left hand. Elder Yi was somewhat confused as he didn't understand what he meant. Sitting on his left hand, Yi Yunfei's gaze carried a hint of disappointment. The temperament he showed earlier gained some approval from her, but now, his informal attitude in this high-level negotiation instantly destroyed any positive image he built up in her mind. Jiang Chen didn't notice Yi Yunfei's feelings, but he read Elder Yi's confusion. Obviously, the old man didn't understand what he just said. Jiang Chen smiled and pointed at his wrist. Dark blue rays weaved next to the watch, forming a three-dimensional female holographic figure. Looking at Elder Yi and Yi Yunfei completely dumbfounded, artificial intelligence Jean nodded. Jean is my name. Elder Yi stared at everything that was happening in front of him with astonishment. Although he heard about future technology's holographic technology, it was far more shocking witnessing it with his own eyes. Yi Yunfei's expression was also exaggerated now. Although the future phone she was using now also had holographic imaging capabilities, it was nowhere nearly as advanced. Ms. Jean is my personal assistant. She's an artificial intelligence. Jiang Chen smiled. Elder Yi nodded and recovered from his initial shock. He smiled gently and said, "Artificial intelligence. If Mr. Jiang hadn't reminded me, I would have almost thought Ms. Jean was a real person. Future technology certainly leads the world's technological frontiers, and the technologies you introduce always shock us." In the early days, Jiang Chen's future technology once designed a drone system for the military. The military still praised the system, which had almost no obvious bugs. The Soaring Dragon 2 high-altitude drone independently developed by Hua, with the help of the intelligent drone control system, maximized its performance. When Elder Yi saw this artificial intelligence no different than a real human, he sighed in secret. It seemed he still underestimated Jiang Chen back then. "You're flattering me." Jiang Chen smiled back. "Let's get to the topic." Elder Yi nodded and his smile gradually converged into a serious expression. "Since Mr. Jiang said that, I will be straightforward. My visit to Xian this time was precisely meant to discuss the space elevator you completed recently. Although Hua's space activities aren't frequent, and the market size is also quite limited, but we're quite interested in the amazing technology you've demonstrated. So, what's your proposal?" Jiang Chen smiled. Elder Yi cleared his throat and smiled kindly. "We hope to closely cooperate with you in the development of space resources. After internal discussion, the cooperation we propose is to establish Hua Space Development Company. For a period of 50 years, we will sign the elevator track lease agreement for 2 freight rails and 2 passengers rails for space resource development purposes." "Leasing? 2 of each?" Jiang Chen was stunned by Elder Ye's proposal. Although he didn't expect something material on the first day, the proposal from Elder Yi was too whimsical. The total number of tracks was 12, but he wanted 4 from the start. "How can I agree to this?" Elder Yi wasn't to be blamed for this kind of proposal. After all, it was a plan discussed in a high-level internal meeting. Nowadays, the space activities of countries around the world weren't very frequent. Although they were optimistic about the prospects for the development of space resources, no one could accurately estimate the prospects. Seeing as Jiang Chen wasn't speaking, Elder Yi thought he was considering the proposal, so he paused then added, "The price is negotiable, as long as the figures given by your party are within a reasonable range. If there's anything unsatisfactory about the proposal we came up with, please point it out and we can discuss it." Silence ensued in the room for a long time. Yi Yunfei's pen stopped and she frowned slightly at Jiang Chen, who didn't speak a word. In her opinion, the conditions proposed by her grandfather were quite generous, and he also lowered his attitude to travel to discuss this with Jiang Chen in Xian. She didn't understand why Jiang Chen would be unsatisfied. After a long moment of deliberation, Jiang Chen opened his mouth but didn't speak. In the end, he sighed and broke the silence. "It seems we have to discuss this." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Elder Ye's brows furrowed. "Oh. It seems Mr. Jiang has a lot of dissatisfaction with the proposal. You may bring up the differences between us. We have a lot of differences on the proposal itself." Jiang Chen leaned in his chair and spread out his hands. Celestial Trade never planned on leasing out the space elevator, even if it's one of the tracks. We're willing to provide to all countries an inexpensive outer space transportation service, and that's also the only service we're currently selling. In total there were only 12 tracks, 6 freights and 6 passengers. There were 5 permanent members, and if one country leased 4 and another leased 4, the space elevator built by Celestial Trade wouldn't be enough to divide up, so he absolutely wouldn't set a precedent. Jiang Chen's words made Elder Ye's expression slightly stiff. Just as Jiang Chen didn't think they would propose a lease agreement, Elder Yi also didn't expect Jiang Chen to reject with such decisiveness. In his opinion, this proposal, which was developed by the central government, was quite generous already. However, Elder Yi wasn't furious. He still knew he was negotiating with a foreign company. However, as he was preparing to speak, Yi Yunfei, who had been recording the transcript, suddenly interrupted. I don't know if Mr. Jiang is aware of the fact that the United Nations is currently preparing to hold a high-level summit on the development of outer space. Yunfei. The old man gave a hard stare at his granddaughter and motioned for her to be quiet. However, this time, Yi Yunfei didn't back down but stared at Jiang Chen, trying to catch a hint of caution in his pupils. It was a negotiation skill taught by her professor. At the negotiating table, the method of expanding one's advantage was nothing more than seizing the other's weakness and forcing the other party to make concessions on non-core interests. How one seized others' weaknesses depended on the chips on both sides and the art of negotiation. Although she was the second granddaughter of the Yi family and lived a carefree life with a golden spoon in her mouth, she never considered that something to be envious about. She received an aristocratic education since childhood and her fate of growing up had also been determined. For the benefit of the family, she had to marry a strange man and spend a lifetime with someone she didn't love at all. She originally thought that after she received a master's degree from Harvard, she could escape this fate. However, when she returned home, she heard by accident that her father intended to marry her to the Zhou family's disappointing youngest son. She almost fell into despair. She didn't want to be a puppet of the family and let the family dictate her life. In order to achieve this and to achieve true freedom, she must make enough achievements to prove herself and prove that her abilities were far more than just serving as a fertility tool for a political marriage. The achievements she wanted weren't related to the TOEFL, SAT, or Harvard University degree certificates. For the Yi family, these titles were just titles. The reason why she asked Grandpa to take her to Xi'an and participate in the negotiations as an assistant was to prove himself. If she forced Jiang Chen to make concessions and gain advantages for her country during these negotiations that entered a stalemate, what else could prove her abilities better than this? What's more, in her opinion, this was too easy. She didn't see any elite quality or knowledge from Jiang Chen. Although he acted calmly in the conversation with her grandpa, it was just the cockiness of a new money. He had never received elite education nor had he been influenced by any elite culture. Such an uncultured person, even if he was placed in the position of president of a $100 billion company, he was only a simple-minded new money. If it wasn't for a group of talented people, what would he be today? With this thought in mind, a glimmer of a victorious smile appeared on Yi Yunfei's lips. Hua is one of the permanent members and Mr. Jiang should clearly understand what this means. In addition, what we can provide will definitely be more favorable than the UA. We believe that if it wasn't us here but the UA, they would be demanding more than a lease agreement. At this point, Yi Yunfei stopped speaking and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. The stakes had been clarified. In her opinion, she already won. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Instead of showing the slightest caution, Jiang Chen examined her with amusement. So. Chapter 929 So what? Verbal threats were the weakest weapon. The higher the level of negotiation, the more the statement pertained. When Yi Yunfei intentionally or unintentionally used a threatening tone to point out the forthcoming United Nations summit on the rational development of outer space, it was nothing more than stating an implied point: if you don't cooperate, we won't cooperate in the summit when issues of the space elevator are brought up. However, would Jiang Chen be afraid of this? Even if the United Nations ordered him to hand over the space elevator and co-manage it with the international community, he possessed the ability to refuse. More specifically, the United Nations wouldn't make such a shameless demand. If there was no legal basis, it wouldn't be possible to set a precedent for daylight robbery. Jiang Chen placed great importance on the upcoming United Nations summit because it represented the view of the international community. However, the summit wasn't that crucial that he felt he had to make concessions before it happened. So. Jiang Chen nonchalantly rebuked and Yi Yunfei's expression froze. So. Therefore, if you're aware of the situation, it's best to cooperate with us. Leasing the space elevator is the bottom line of our negotiation. The price can be discussed, but the principle isn't negotiable. However, the sentence already formed in her brain was stuck in her throat. A drop of cold sweat dripped from her forehead and instantly cooled her feverish brain. If she did really say that, the negotiation between the two sides could be concluded. Prematurely setting a bottom line for themselves would threaten the outcome of the negotiation. It would be great if the negotiation was a success. But if it failed, then it may lead to a strained relationship. Of course, she wasn't stupid enough to determine whether or not he was really cautious about the summit from his expression, but Jiang Chen's calmness already made her uncertain. What do I do? Put everything on the table. But the negotiation is just beginning. Is it too early? And if it fails, this responsibility. A second drop of cold sweat rolled down. Jiang Chen smiled at Yi Yunfei, intentionally or unintentionally exerting pressure on her. Watching his granddaughter's tense and indecisive expression, Elder Yi sighed in his mind. He knew about his granddaughter's temper. She did possess the ability, but she was too proud. She emphasized quick success too much. She wasn't a special case. Most of the younger generation of families who returned from studying abroad more or less all shared this trait. They thought they obtained a lot of knowledge on the outside, and they thought they could make a splash when they returned. Originally, he thought that since she had already interrupted, he would give her this opportunity to finish the sentence and see if she could do something. But looking at this state, Elder Yi knew he couldn't wait any longer. Anyway, she just completed her task. Elder Yi stood up and motioned to Jiang Chen. I think that's it for today. Since your side is dissatisfied with this method of cooperation, it would be futile if we continue to speak in this manner. I need to consult with the head and I hope Mr. Jiang will understand. Elder Yi then paused for a moment and continued with an apologetic tone. I'm very sorry about my granddaughter's abruptness. She is only an assistant, and she doesn't have any diplomatic authorization. I also hope Mr. Jiang won't take her words to heart. Her words do not represent the position of the nation. Regardless of the outcome of the negotiation, Hua and your country share the same stakes. We attach great importance to friendly relations and the origin of our blood. Elder Ye's words were very interesting. Although he didn't make any promises, he pulled the relationship between the two parties closer. The subtle emphasis on their mutual origins established a foundation for the next negotiations to be friendly. No, I didn't mind at all. Jiang Chen smiled. Without looking at Yi Yunfei with a complex expression, he politely took the two of them outside Future Building. Watching the black car driving away, Jiang Chen returned to the parlor room. Hot air lingered over the teacups. Since the negotiations didn't last long, the three didn't even have an opportunity to touch the tea on the table. Looking at the rising white mist, Jiang Chen repeatedly recalled the details of the negotiation, a hint of enlightenment suddenly emerging on his face. This old man isn't simple. Oh. Why do you say that? Xia Xiu, who already finished her work, walked into the parlor room and sat next to Jiang Chen as she asked with intrigue. He knows his granddaughter the best. I'm afraid that his granddaughter would have said everything even without his direction. He was expecting her to act this way, Jiang Chen explained while still in thought. Without any special purpose, would he bring a new assistant to participate in this level of negotiation? Anyone who had some experience wouldn't make such a thoughtless statement. Yi Qinghua just wanted to use Yi Yunfei's mouth to emphasize the stakes of the United Nations summit. However, he was about to be disappointed. Jiang Chen would never agree to lease the space elevator. Celestial trade didn't need money now and wouldn't need money in the future. Cooperation. Of course that was welcome, but this so-called cooperation might not include the lease of the space elevator itself. What are you going to do during the next negotiation? Xia Xiu poured a cup of tea for herself. She looked at Jiang Chen. In your plan, Hua is an essential player. Yes, but not exactly. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair as a confident smile emerged. Negotiating with Hua isn't something we have to rush. They won't easily give up their interests in outer space. And they will never lose sight of what the space elevator means and the prospects for the development of the universe's resources. There's only one space elevator, and this will be the only one in the next few decades. There's no doubt that the negotiating power is on our side. The usefulness of the space elevator is definitely not as simple as making satellite launches cheaper. Our asteroid capture program is at its most critical stage, and the research team led by Kevlin is making final adjustments to the manual orbit adjustment scheme. The majority of the production line of the Stingray X-1 spacecraft has also been completed at the Ange Island Industrial Park. According to the drawings, the first-generation prototype manufactured by industrial-grade 3D printing has entered the testing stage. The next step is asteroid mining, and we will hollow out the entire Bennu asteroid. Then, we'll use the almost infinite amount of ores to destroy the Jewish consortium that monopolized the traditional mining industry as their economic backbone. With ores cheap beyond imagination, Rothschild's Vale will go bankrupt. While explaining, Jiang Chen stopped the conversation and smiled at her. "Excuse me, I've gone a bit off topic." Xia Xiyu grinned and elegantly took a sip of her tea. "That's okay. You look handsome when you're confident." "Am I?" Jiang Chen took a second to process that information and immediately touched his face. "I thought I was always handsome." Cough. Her shoulders were shaking and Xia Xiyu covered her mouth while coughing. The other hand put down the teacup she was holding. She was amused by Jiang Chen's remark and didn't manage to contain herself. She laughed with tea in her mouth and almost choked. Jiang Chen didn't expect her to be so easily amused. He quickly reached out and patted her back. After her cough eased up, he asked with concern, "Do you feel better?" Xia Xiyu rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and used a handkerchief to wipe the tea at the corners of her mouth to restore her dignified appearance. "Well, let's be serious. Natasha called me. Her work in Moscow has ended early and she's going to return tomorrow." Jiang Chen's expression changed. "So you mean," Xia Xiyu nodded. "Yes. Russia was also eyeing the space elevator. Natasha's sudden return now must be related to the elevator, and this was why Xia Xiyu was worried. She heard Natasha and Jiang Chen's personal relationship was good. If Russia planned to use this card. In other words, in the future. I have to restrain myself." Jiang Chen frowned. Xia Xiyu looked speechlessly at Jiang Chen's regretful expression. She planned to pretend not to know this improper guy for the next 10 minutes. Engine number 8 ignite. Ignition is completed. The asteroid successfully entered C2 orbit. The fourth orbit change will occur in 10 minutes. All units prepare. The tense atmosphere in the Space Launch Center instantly disappeared. All the tightly clenched fists slowly eased up, including Kelvin's, and there were whispered cheers. Each orbital change was a great challenge for a command center with zero experience. But soon, everyone's fists clenched again. 10 minutes later, the next orbit change would occur. Before the final orbit change, they couldn't let their guard down. "Roger. The parameters have been entered and confirmed. Engine number 3 decelerate. The engine output of engine number 6 is increasing by 10%. To describe the difficulty of the project, the best metaphor was using steel wires to operate a scalpel and operating on a patient several kilometers away. Aside from a few orbits where the asteroid could remain for long periods of time without the need to control it, for the rest of the time, Kelvin could hardly close his eyes. Unless he couldn't keep his eyes open at all, he would let his assistant take control for a few moments. At last, the Bennu asteroid successfully entered the D1 orbit from the C2 orbit. All rocket engine groups successfully stalled. The next orbit change will occur in 10 hours, at 2 o'clock. I hope to see all of you in your positions. Now, other than the monitoring team, the rest can disband. Without cheering, all the staff were relieved. They organized the items on the table and headed to the door. Now, they only wanted to go to the cafeteria to have a meal, take a shower and sleep for a while. They were still 8 hours away from 2 o'clock. This time, they could sleep for a little longer. They didn't know how many days it may be before they could sleep for this long again. Kelvin rubbed his eyebrows and sat down in his chair. In order to maintain his concentration, he was standing and commanding for the entire duration. Now that the asteroid successfully changed orbit, he was no longer in a state of hypertension. His assistant brought him a cup of coffee. Coffee? No, it'll make me unable to sleep. Declining the coffee brought by the assistant, Kelvin continued to sit for a while then got up. Having entered the D1 orbit, after 5 more orbital changes, the asteroid would be integrated into the Earth-Moon system. This work was simply tormenting. The fatigue he accumulated over the past week was almost equivalent to all the fatigue he accumulated with the space elevator project over the previous year. It was okay to just do this kind of thing once. Next time, he would leave this to his assistant. With the experience, he already drafted a blueprint in his mind about establishing an asteroid mining project department as well as a division in this department. He planned to divide the entire project into systematic steps. When he reached the entrance to the cafeteria, he bumped into Ivan. Kelvin looked at the Ukrainian with surprise and stepped forward to say hello. Ivan. What brought you here? I'm here waiting for you. Ivan grinned and gestured the assistant next to him to give a document to Kelvin. Celestial Trade intends to set up a space defense force, and our military needs assistance from Space Launch Center. This project was approved by Mr. President himself. You better go over it. You should have just sent it to my assistant. There's no need to make a personal trip here. Kelvin shook his head with a smile and took the document. But when he saw the mark on the cover, his drowsy brain immediately sobered up. Highly confidential. This is also the reason why I made a trip here, Ivan solemnly said. The contents of the document relates to the highest confidentiality level of celestial trade, the contents of which can only be viewed by you alone. I understand. Kelvin nodded gravely. After explaining the matter, Ivan left. Kelvin looked at the document in his hand, looked at the cafeteria, and finally sighed. He shook his head and headed to his office. Forget it. I'll get the assistant to bring me a sandwich. There goes my lunch. While muttering, Kelvin pulled out his mobile phone. He knew how crucial documents with the highest level of confidentiality were as an executive at Celestial Trade. What he needed to do now was to briefly scan the document, then stuff it into a safe that could only be opened with his fingerprints and iris scan. At Koro Airport, a civilian airliner landed on the runway. A tall Russian beauty walked through the airport with her suitcase and stopped at the airport gate, attracting countless visitors heading to the departure hall. It wasn't that no one worked up the courage to say hi, it was that she didn't even have any interest to respond to strangers after their attempts. A black car was parked in front of the airport. The Russian beauty's eyes lit up and her golden hair swayed. She picked up her luggage and walked forward. This scene made all the men eager to introduce themselves envious. They all jealously fixed their eyes on the ordinary-looking car. The most annoying thing was that the man sitting in the car didn't get out and the beauty had to put her luggage in the trunk herself. Countless people were all bitter over this fact. How blind could you be to be with a man without any gentlemanly traits? Fu *K, another flower inserted into cow dung. However, neither the ordinary-looking driver nor the blonde beauty bothered with these people. Soon, the car disappeared on the road and disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind countless people who failed in their attempts to leave an impression. Of course, if these people knew who was sitting in the car, they would have all swallowed what they said. I didn't think you would actually come to pick me up. I thought it would be your little girl. Putting on her seatbelt, Natasha said jokingly. I'm free today, and I promised you, Jiang Chen casually said and started the car at the same time. It was very inconvenient for a person with a big chest to wear a seatbelt. Natasha perfectly demonstrated this point. Where did your Lamborghini go? I don't drive it that much anymore. Why? Natasha asked curiously. I feel I'm past that age. Jiang Chen laughed. What brand is this car? I haven't seen it before. Lure GT300, my own investment. A purely electric car. No wonder it's so quiet. Natasha looked at the layout inside the car. In Russia, only ladyboys drive pure electric cars. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched and he glanced at the grinning Natasha before he continued to concentrate on driving. This car shell is a titanium alloy. Natasha knocked on the door with her knuckles and asked casually. Superplastic steel. PVC. No, Jiang Chen shook his head. Simply speaking, even if it was hit by an RPG-7 rocket or a Barrett sniper rifle, it would ensure the passengers in the car were harm-free. I feel like you've changed, Natasha suddenly said. Changed? Jiang Chen was puzzled. I feel, you're a lot more mature than before. Of course, it might be my illusion, Natasha said bluntly as she shrugged. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. People will mature from innocence and finally grow old. Not to mention that I have experienced twice as much as you. Natasha laughed when she heard Jiang Chen's words, but when she heard the latter part of the sentence, she blanked out for a second. Twice? No way. Time is equal to anyone. Is it? Jiang Chen only smiled and didn't answer. He had only had the bracelet for 3 years, but it felt like he experienced more than a decade of life. The true meaning behind this sentence could only be understood by himself.